All right, got the stream back up. We're looking good. Got EX Burst, we got YouTube. Let's pull up my phone. Go to my own stream channel. Perfect. Let's lower this. One viewer. I guess my phone can just sit here. You guys can check it out. I should probably fix this camera a bit. It's like impossible to get this thing angled. Looks pretty good. All right. Coach, I won my tournament yesterday. Yo, Gundam guy. Congratulations, dude. What did you run? What did you run? Shine? Oh, Shine. It's you, Shine. You should be Gundam Guy Shine. That's your new YouTube name right there. Shine won his tournament. You should send me a photo or something of your cards and stuff so I can post it in the accomplishments. And then today we had Daddy. No, not Daddy. Captain. Captain won his new type today with Wing. Let's go. Another Wing win, which is great. Need to get rid of that. Zaft Tekadin. Oh, hell yeah, dude. There you go. Purple Zaft with Tekadin. Or red Zaft, I guess, with Atherin. Or both, actually. But yeah, that's 100% completely viable. Makes sense why you won. That purple ping damage coming in. I gotta delete some of these decks, man. Can I move these? No, I can't even move these things. It's just folders. Probably make a new folder of like current and non-current decks, you know? Exactly. Yep. What's Stella messaging me? I guess I should open it privately. Where's my EX Burst account? Right here. I don't need YouTube. What I do need is my classic music right here. Wonder how loud this is or not. This is gonna be the only song I listen to for ever, I guess. This is like my ambient music right here. This song. All right. What do we want to work on? I guess I'll wait till people start coming in here. If you guys want to share the stream and stuff, go ahead and in servers or your local community or whatever. I guess I should share the stream as well. Or at least message my own community about it. That I am alive, so they can understand that. Share, copy. Let's post it in there. All right. Let's get back to my EX Burst account. Give you guys a little update on where I'm at with the Academy and everything. Now that I'm streaming, I got a new PC. This is why I can stream a bit without my whole PC blowing up. Anything wrong with the settings of my microphone or music, let me know and I'll fix it. We've got 7 people in here. Hello. Make sure you guys drop a comment in the chat so I can see who's in here. Hey coach, happy to have caught a live, although I will probably watch the full VOD tomorrow morning while working. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you just jumping in here. But yeah, definitely check out the VOD. It's gonna be probably another long one, so you know, it's just a stream, so skip through and enjoy the content. Hopefully the music doesn't drive you crazy because it's the same song on repeat. And until someone tells me to change it, it's just gonna be on. Or lower it or something. Hopefully it's very quiet in the background. Some mall music. Alright. I got my fraps. I got mocha fraps that I got today. Maybe I'll show you guys. We got this cookie crumble frap from Starbucks. Then we got, oh, I guess I don't even know if you guys can see actually. What am I even streaming? I'm not streaming my my video capture, display capture. Where is, oh, you know what I can do? I can do this. So I want you guys to be able to see this. How do I make this pull this webcam up? So yeah, we got this ribbon crunch caramel. You guys at the top, looking pretty good. Mocha frap is a joke that is sponsored by Paul because Paul loves his mocha fraps from Starbucks, and he got a win yesterday. This is my cookie crumble one. It's like Oreo, I guess, kind of. And ever since Paul always loves his mocha fraps, I've been buying mocha fraps. Here's a nice pink one with the whipped cream on top. It's a strawberry. They're expensive, but I'm doing it. Soundtrack from Sonic. Daniel, yo. Alright. Let's close this. Let's tune this out. And let's start talking about Academy and where I'm at. Ooh, we got a question already. Let's go. What do you think about Delta Plus new Marcus? I played it against it while testing with a friend, and it seemed really powerful and impossible to kill with ping commands. So you are talking about, let me just click on this random deck. You are talking about the white pilot is what you're talking about. The new white pilot from GDO 4, which is this guy. Yeah, when this university of effect damage reduced it by 2. Here's what I think about this card in general. And something that I don't exactly enjoy in Gundam right now, and I never enjoyed in any card game, but especially in Gundam when we're so limited on how our decks can actually operate and how well they can do, is that when we are essentially playing these cards that cannot take effect damage, well, they can just die from combat, which is the normal way of killing units. So I understand that, you know, red-white I still think is very powerful, but Kshatriya can still link up and swing right into it and knock it out. And so, while I do think negating effect damage ping and stuff is nice, especially against a blur pull, linking a pilot comes with its own cost of 2 card requirement to make a unit that cannot die, or it's a lot harder to remove. The issue with it is that you have 5 cards in your hand. Then you are going to, I mean, I got this webcam here, right? Let me just, is this good enough? Is this, do I need to make this bigger? Actually what I need to do is actually pop up another thing on my stream so you guys can always see this and I don't have to keep bothering with it. Video capture. Let me add another display capture. Where is it? Display capture. I think it's display capture. Add existing. No, not that. I need to add a. Is it a game capture? Create new game capture. Can I capture just the specific window? Window is Ozbot. Where did it go? There it is. Can I capture this Ozbot main? I don't think I can. Damn it. Okay, I'll fix it afterwards. I'm not super tech savvy. Huh. So that's what I think about it. It's just gonna die to combat. I do think that some of the cards that have the effect of not getting pinged off and dying, it's nice, it's cool. Like only white has access to it, and I don't want an arms race of what is the best color to play. Like, and white has been the best color to play for the best splash for a long time, mostly because of blockers. And I'm not worried about Delta Plus and Marquez and all this stuff. It's just a unit. It has an ability. It will help you in specific situations. It's like Shenlong on a deck. Yeah, Shenlong is very good against blockers. He is very good against ping. But only gets you so far. And in this game, if the Marquez linked unit Delta Plus sticks around for a turn, at most it's going to take out one more shield. And then it's going to get picked off and die. So, yeah, not a big deal. But keep playing around with it. Like, don't. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that those are my thoughts on it. I think it's going to be very good in the red matchup and the purple matchups. But you're going to start to see that, yeah, you can, yeah, you're playing red by, yep. So play tested against other decks. Like, for example, I was play testing Academy with Ultron Shenlong yesterday. But when I don't play into blockers, I'm not getting the value that my deck's supposed to get. So all of a sudden it's like, okay, I'm not even playing Ultron or Shenlong. They're just vanilla units. And then it's just Shang Wu Fei's ability to not take damage from something that's 3 or less, which came up a little bit when attacking to units. And the Breach, obviously. But I couldn't get the full power of my deck to get any sort of like big advantage. So playtest the same deck into decks that don't have a lot of ping, like Wing or Academy or whatever, and start to see how well it goes. Okay, let's talk about Academy, guys. Okay, so I'll play setting Academy. This is not the build I was using. This is just the build that we had left off last time. So to tell you guys the build that I was using last time, well, let's talk about a few cards first of all. Gundvala. This card, I think, has a nice artwork. I like that it's got a shield and then like MP5 SMG right there. This card is great. This card is amazing. It is unfortunate that its ability, if you read it here, is destroyed during your turn. So that part right there, it only works during your turn. Which can hurt you a lot against red decks in particular. Which again, we're just talking about red, right? In red decks in particular, they can close combat or take this out and nullify your ability to get any resources. Now, playing the deck, it is nice to have the EX resource, especially because you're trying to go second, as you always do with any deck, in my opinion. But you don't need to worry about getting the EX resource out of this too much to like use your command cards. What you need to worry about, and the way that I've been using Gundvala and how I view it, is I am trying to ramp to get to the higher levels so I can start to play my higher level cards, including Ultron and Shenlong and Ferract, relatively quickly. So I can have that advantage in playing better bodies than my opponent. Not only is it going to be a better body, because all these things are like mid-range 4/4s and stuff with good effects, but they're also going to come out one turn quicker, and that could have a big impact. So we're running, definitely going to be keeping 4 of these. It's really good. I'll delete Rick Dom here, and we'll talk about Lifrith So the reason why I'm running Lifrith still is because how it usually goes is you play Gondwala, and then you deploy the Lifrith on the next turn. And if you don't have a secondary Gondwala, you're gonna literally need to have some other green Academy unit, because all the green ones are Dawn of Fold. So you need a Dawn of Fold unit. The only Dawn of Fold unit that can be played outside of Gondwala that we were currently playtesting was Lifrith So that's why Lifrith is a mainstay in the deck, because it's basically extra copies of this guy. And I did play a game yesterday where I went Gondwala into Gondwala into Gondwala into Gondwala. So it's never gonna happen again, really. But I did get to level 11 by turn 5, going second, I believe. So that was pretty cool. I also did some cool, interesting combos. I actually probably have done all the different combos now. After like a whole day, like 8 hours of playtesting, and just having fun with Academy. Gundam Ferract, I still don't think that Gundam Ferract is like, oh my god, it's amazing. When you think of like, this is not the boss monster of the deck, this is just a extra piece that helps you generate value, but we don't have an extremely big payoff yet. I wish that we got a Academy command card that could destroy units, or like give a unit first strike, and that would be very cool. That like it would be almost like if Witch from Earth was like, hey, reduce it by 2, reduce it by 4, right? And then we got another card that said you gain first strike or something if you use an EX resource. Would be nice, because green doesn't have first strike yet, but I'm hoping that green is the color that gains first strike access on a command card. I know you might be thinking that red should get it, but I think that green should get it, because green is the color that wants to really stay on the board and breach and do a lot of combat, while red is more burn oriented. And because they're such weak defensively, they have a choice between burn or first strike on some of the units, and we haven't really gotten any green support for a long time. So like, this is the first iteration of green support, I guess. Well, we got Age, but Age was about breach. This is about EX resources. Now we need something that's about having a lot of first strike, and hopefully we get a command card that just gives that to anybody. So Lifrith here, we're playing it because it's our next turn play. We play this guy, then we play and then we can suicide this into our opponent's GM or something and get the EX resource that will pump us all the way up to like level 6 basically, right? So we play this. We play this on turn 2 with the EX. Turn 3 we play this with the EX. And then we suicide this. We go to turn 3 with 2 EXs. We're level 5, and then next turn we're level 6, 4 resources and 2 EX resources. We can then play Gundam Ferract, or anything else we like. Gundam Ferract is really nice because once we do play the Gundam Ferract, we can generate even more EX. And something that I like doing is playing the Gundam Ferract, right? And then attacking with Gondwala, and then we get 2 EX resources, one from the Ferract, one from Gondwala, which I did do. I actually did something crazy where I had 3 Gondwalas on the board, so I think I had 2 leftovers. What I did was play the Ferract, I linked it with Ellen, And then once I linked with Ellen, basically I got to get the EX resource off the Ferract and the 2 Gondwalas, gaining 3 levels in 1 turn. And then 4 levels if you count the level up from just getting a resource for the start of turn. Which is very fun, very cool. So I'm still enjoying the deck. I'm not sure the deck is amazing, but it has been fun to play and you can kind of enjoy it for that initial enjoyment, kind of like when you start up Call of Duty for the first time in a hot minute and you enjoy Call of Duty for what it is, not for the long run. Michaelis. So Michaelis is a card that we're getting 4 commands in the trash has not been too difficult. And it's not something that we really need to do. But having Gondwala on the board and not having access to a second Gondwala or a Lifith is a problem. And it makes the deck very inconsistent. Because the deck is very inconsistent where you can either pop off super crazy, but then there's no really crazy big payoff, which is why I had like Ultron, maybe Wing Zero in there. We can also swap out all these white cards. Alright. And we can go straight into Neo Zeong, which might be super dope. Let's put Neo Zeong in here. Since we can ramp up relatively quick. And we're a mid-range deck, so we shouldn't be getting trampled over too fast by other mid-range decks. We'll only be suffering against other aggro decks, which 5-turn games, we don't really have anything. 5-turn games. Bird mode as a pseudo Gondwala. So bird mode is fine if you want the EX, but I'm not trying to so what I'm not trying to do is I'm not trying to chase the Gondwala's EX resource. What I'm trying to do is when I have the Gondwala, right, Gunvola, Gunvolva. When I have this guy on the board, I need a way to trigger his ability, and that's what I'm after. If I have bird mode in the deck, I still can't trigger his ability on death. And so basically it's just I need to find another card that can fit in here, which is going to be our green unit card that we just got in the new set. Scrolling down. So it's not going to be this guy, although you could put him in the deck. We are going to grab, where is the other Academy card? Right here, Choo Choo's Demi Trainer. Boom, 4 copies. Okay, so Choo Choo's Demi Trainer, right? So the only reason, wait, no, they hurt my soul. Why did they not give Choo Choo's Demi Trainer in green the Dawn of Fold ability, man? Bandai does not want us to have any consistency in this game. I'm so sad seeing this is not a Dawn of Fold card. It's literally green. Now I understand that it's not part of the whole Dawn of Fold lineup. I just realized that Gundam Ferract is also not Dawn of Fold, which hurts my soul, and neither is this one. Okay, these ones don't really matter too much. This one does, because it would be my early game unit. Okay, so we're gonna have to... Anyways, so that idea went down the drain as soon as I read this now. RIP. Okay, so anyways, let's talk about Choo Choo Demi Trainer and what the weakness of the deck was. So playtesting the deck, what I realized, and this is why I'd never cut indiscriminate violence from the deck since day one, is because I've been playing Academy and so many other decks, and I remember my learnings from GDO 1 and GDO 2 and stuff, mostly GDO 1, is... If you remember the early days of GDO 1, where we were all playtesting, having fun with Gundam, it would get to these game states, especially when your deck wasn't fully powered or you were just playing different decks. It would get to this game state where we both are just dropping Gondwala, then we're dropping Lifith, and then on the next turn we're dropping like, 2 other units, whether it's a Michaelis or whatever, and we haven't interacted with each other at all. right? And every single deck does this except for red and then purple right now with ping damage, right? So any ping deck can actually destroy your opponent's units on deploy, do damage, and control the board a little bit to kind of stall the moment of when your opponent goes really aggressive on you. Unfortunately, when a game plan is I play this, you play a dude, I play a dude, you play a dude, and then you play 2 dudes, I play 2 dudes. Well, whoever swings first is going to be the aggressor. The other one's going to be playing defense and having to clear the other person's board because you've lost like a bunch of shields, right? Now, that gameplay is very boring, and it's something that you do not want to be in, because once your opponent goes wide on you, like with an aggro deck, or can drop more bodies than you can, there's nothing you can basically do, which is where we need to be able to interact with our opponent's board state, which is where this card comes in. And that's where I was thinking of adding Choo-Choo's Demi Trainer, where if I play it, number one, it's another early game card, right? So it fills up the spot of Michaelis, where we can now interact with our opponent and get rid of their units when they deploy them. And then that's nice. We also have this early game, so we're not just like only looking for this one. You guys are familiar with my clan decks and stuff, or even Academy. You're always like mulliganing for the Michaelis and stuff, but now we have access to 7 different early game drops on turn 2. It's nice. But the main reason for this is because I can attack my opponent, and then I can pick my Gondwana, attack into a standing unit, and get the value off. Because your opponent's not going to want to attack into you because they know that you want to swing Gondwana into the unit to get the EX resource to start popping off, essentially. Okay. And then you can start utilizing like Witch from Earth to negate their attacks and do a lot of damage. So I want to include Choo-Choo's Demi Trainer in the deck. Just for that early game. Unfortunately, it doesn't have Dawn of Fold, which makes me very sad, because that would have been perfect, but it's very disappointing. So Choo-Choo's Demi Trainer here just to give that interaction. So it's always a back and forth interaction. Yes, we're sacrificing our own units, but we can now attack into them as they start to deploy units, which will help even even Thorn have the breach potential, Ferract have the breach potential, and then we can control their board. I wish we had something that gave us the opportunity of, like, you know, something like how CB has their version of Shang Wu Fei. If we could put our own version of Shang Wu Fei onto like Lifrith or any of these units and say that it doesn't take damage from AP3 or less, it could stick around a lot longer and try to like whittle down their cards, especially against other low-end units like GM spam and level 3s and stuff. But we don't have anything like that, unfortunately. We obviously do have Gundam Ferract, the white one, which reduces our opponent's AP by 2, which was in the deck, but we'll talk about that later, I guess. So, I don't know, we're going to have Choo-Choo's Demi Trainer in here with this card because I find that these cards are very useful. And this is the card that I was always trying to find when I would play Gundam Aerial Rebuild. Unless I was in a very dominant position and my opponent was running out of cards, or I was basically going to try and kill them, I was always trying to grab this card right here, Noria. So trying to always grab her, and she would allow me to basically disrupt my opponent's board so he couldn't kill me, and then I could kind of keep pushing forward, especially since Gundam Ferract gives me a +1, and then I have breach, so I can actually attack into the units, still gain value of reducing their shields, and then go for game. There's multiple games where I actually had my opponent's Zeong aggro deck. I think it was Amare. Yeah, I think it was blue-green. 1 Year War. GDR4 version, very strong. But I actually had them lower shields than I had, and I actually beat them. And that's something that kind of builds up over time. So now I will still get crushed by aggro almost always, but it did come to a point where he had a little bit of a slower start, and I eventually started building up value through this card, having 2 of them in my hand, attacking into the units, generating resources off Gondwana, and not allowing them to attack my shield, essentially, and then just trading and then activating the breach to gain more value. Okay, So aerial rebuild is a very good card. Opponents will question how you have so many cards, or you just don't run out of cards, and because rebuild, it can grab rebuild, which happens often enough. And then let's talk about Ultron Shenlong here for a second, okay? So in playtesting last night, what I ended up doing was cutting the green Soletta. I know that will make you very sad. And cutting the rebuild. To include Shenlong, Ultron, and let's delete this for now. Shenlong, Ultron, and Sheng Wufei into the deck. Okay? Because Soletta does not make our deck stronger. Okay, Soletta is not like something that makes our deck like, oh my god, you play Soletta, it's like Amuro or like something crazy. It's a good 2/2 stat line pilot, but you almost never get to actually utilize its use an EX resource to get an EX resource back. It also gives it back to you rested. And the problem with Soletta is that it needs to be linked. And now I should probably go find her again, because you guys should probably want to see what she actually reads. Yeah, so this girl right here. Okay, so Soletta, when you play, so it's during link once per turn, which makes it very sad that it's during link, because you don't have a lot of linked units in the deck for Soletta. You can see we have Gondwana, doesn't link. You know, this thing does link, but like, so does Michaelis. We don't really want to put Soletta onto those units, but we're forced to have them stick around and to get the link effect at some point. Doesn't link, doesn't link, doesn't link, right? The only thing that links is the big rebuild, the one that we got, the green one. So because that's the only one that links, and you can play other rebuilds if you wanted to. Generally, once you tap the rebuild, it's going to get taken out just like any other card would when it's linked. Your opponent will crash into it and reduce it to ash, okay? And if we're going to play the Soletta, we want it to actually stick around. What I ended up using Soletta for most of the time was to put it onto this Lifrith, so I could get a 6/6 Breacher, or onto the Pharact and make it into a 7/6 Breacher. So basically, I was just using Soletta as a stat boost for all of my units. And I said, okay, well, if I'm just including this card as a stat boost, what's the point? The ability of getting an EX resource back is almost never relevant, because we have so much EX resource generation from other ways that don't have a once per turn, or like they have a once per turn. Like this one only does it once, and this guy is a once per turn, but we can do it. We can get all these abilities off at the same time, essentially. There's no like restriction of if you haven't gotten an EX resource this turn, then do this. It's just always. So yeah, this Soletta, obviously I'm going to keep playing with it. I'll find a home for her, because I still believe that the 2/2 stat line is a great stat line in the game. So I was testing adding Shenlong, Ultron, and then Sheng Wufei is a good pilot, right? It goes with Thorn, Pharact, Shenlong, and Ultron. So basically all of these breachers, all of your like ways of winning the game essentially get to at least utilize Sheng Wufei, and then Sheng Wufei can make sure your guys stick around a little bit longer, especially against decks that are coming out that are a little bit more mid-rangey. Which is good. I'm glad that we're getting more mid-range play in the game, and it's not just all aggro. And that leads us to talking about Shenlong and Ultron. The card was perfectly fine. These cards are very strong, and Academy doesn't have access to like, oh my god, this is the card I want to play. This card is crazy good. But Shenlong and Ultron are so powerful by themselves that it really does boost our, you know, obviously our win percentage and how strong our deck's going to be against blockers in general, along with having other breach options. But Ultron Shenlong just destroying them, it can almost make that matchup completely free, which is very good. And so if you just think that Ultron and Shenlong say Academy at the bottom right corner instead of Operation Meteor, then you're good to go. But again, it's a good way to go about it, especially if your local meta is blockers. Blockers are still about, I don't know, like 35-40% of the metagame. So you'll get a free win or a advantageous matchup every other game or so. Minal Lin asks, any good deck to counter blue-white the O? If you want to beat blue-white the O, this Academy deck was doing pretty good into it. A lot of beatdown decks can destroy the O deck, but you just need to understand. I guess I'll give you guys a whole breakdown here of how you should be going about to destroy the O deck in particular, since it's like kind of like live coaching kind of here. Where is my this thing? Okay. You guys see this giant screen? Let me give you guys a live example demonstration of how to go about beating the O deck and how you should be able to do it. So if I pull out all my O cards, live coaching. Okay. Let's talk about the O, since we got this question. The O. One thing to understand about blue-white decks in general overall. Okay, the main thing about these decks that everybody should understand 100% of the time is... I won't be swapping the camera backwards, but just bear with me. I'll swap my cards backwards, you guys can see. Okay, the main thing to understand about the O deck and any blue-white deck is that each of these cards are limited to themselves. You cannot, there's no other card that does what the O does. There's no other card that does what like level 8 unicorn does. And they kind of also need to combo together. The one thing to understand about the O is almost like wing, but blue-white mostly, is that they're not going to always have the O, and they only have 4 copies of it. If somebody only has 4 copies of the O, you can assume every single game that you play into an O deck, which is most of the blocker decks right now, is they're going to only see 1 O every single game. Okay? You know that it comes out on level 7, and the O by himself is useless. So if the O by himself is useless, all you need to do is make sure that they do not have the Masala on the board, so that if they want to link the O, they're going to not get the draw power. And as much as people like to think that blue decks have so much card advantage, they don't. Okay? Blue decks gain card advantage through like different ways. And that's something that people need to understand. A blue deck only gains card advantage when they see Show Resolve. While a clan deck or other decks will gain, like Kira, for example. If you play a Kira Amuro deck, or you play, well, obviously some O decks will use Kira and Amuro in there as well. But ignoring that, we're going to talk about the O in particular in blue. A lot of decks will gain value through multiple different means, while the O deck is only going to gain card advantage through Show Resolve, okay, and through resting your units with the O when it comes out. So that is the key thing that people need to understand about the blue decks, is they're not going to always see this, and they start off at 0 card advantage, okay, and they build up card advantage in like jumps, okay. When they see the Show Resolve, they gain a card advantage. When they see the linked O, they get card advantage. While if you talk about clan or something that progresses steadily, right, the clan deck is going to gain a card advantage off Machu, off First Strike, where you can get multiple card advantage, off the level 7, off ping damage. There's so many ways for red decks to ping things and gain card advantage. There's so many ways for clan decks or beatdown decks in general, like Shenlong even, to gain multiple card advantages every single turn very steadily. Okay, whether it's into specific matchups or having First Strike, or having the right amount of ping damage to kind of do their job for them. They have like 20-30 cards in their deck that all generate value. But blue decks only have like 2 cards. Okay, and the main card is Show Resolve. The other card is the O, for resting or Amuro, where it can kill one guy, gets you 1 card advantage, not a big deal. But the thing about you need to understand about Amuro Ray is you play Amuro Ray, you link him with his Gundam, and you attack into my unit, right? You kill my unit, you got a +1 because I lost something. When I take out your O, or sorry, when I take out like the Gundam Amuro, you're not losing the Gundam, you're also losing Amuro. So you're losing 2 cards, and thus it's going to be 2 for 2 trade when I take this out. So linked cards in Gundam have a bounty on them essentially, where they're worth 2, obviously 2 cards, and they will gain their value when they're played, but also against things that rest and kill something, you have to make sure that you can get rid of them and then gain that value back if you're looking at value. So it doesn't always account for a +1 overall throughout the game essentially. So that's something that you want to keep in track of the O deck. Now, are there decks that beat the O? Yes. A lot of mid-range decks generate you a lot of value. We can see this in the new Zaf deck. That generates you a lot of value through special summoning and resurrecting your Sword Strike, and your Sword Strike will destroy a level 3 or lower unit immediately. That's an automatic +1. And then if you have a way of special summoning it through through a Destiny Gundam, so Destiny Gundam will be linked and played. Destiny Gundam will attack, generate you +1 advantage from the special summon, and then it will also activate the Sword Impulse Gundam's ability to destroy a unit, generating a +2, right? So these decks can generate you a lot of value, especially when you account for the level 5, I think it's Force Impulse Gundam, the one that brings, when it is destroyed, you bring a card from your trash to your hand. So it's a Sharzaku 2 just from trash that also generates you +1. So you can see how these decks generate you value almost every single turn, unlike blue decks that generate you value only when you can get the O link off and the ability, only when you can get the Show Resolve and actually see it. And this is why a lot of white decks should be playing Justice Gundam, because Justice Gundam is an additional copy of getting +1 value, and when people see an opponent playing Justice Gundam in their blue-white deck, the game gets a lot harder. In fact, in a lot of playtesting from GTO 1 through GTO 3, now going to GTO 4, if you have a blue-white mirror match, or even a wing mirror match, the Justice, if you have Justice in the deck, that person has such a big advantage because you're playing like more copies of like Show Resolve, or getting more value essentially. And it's another big unit, right? It's very, very good. In fact, you can play 2 of these on turn 10 if you're going that late in the game. So it's very important. So just understand that. This is why I think every single blue-white deck, or mostly a lot of the late game white decks, should be running Justice Gundams no matter what. So outside of that, the main reason to beat the O is have a plan to remove the O on the turn he's played. Right, so if your opponent plays the O, have a plan ready to kill it, or bait your opponent into resting the O so that you can take it out immediately afterwards. The O deck does not operate without the O. It's no longer an O deck. If your opponent never sees the O, it also is not an O deck. And so that's the first thing I think you need to start off against the O, is you need to tell yourself it's not a matter of when they see the O and that they're gonna see it. It's if they see the O and then they're gonna play it for sure on turn 7 or 8 if they have it. What can I do? Okay, and in Gundam, what you need to understand as well against the O deck is we are going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards, right? Then we go turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is turn 7. We have drawn a total of 7 plus 5, 12 cards. 50 card deck, we have drawn 12 cards. Okay, you're only going 12 cards deep, and then when you count the amount of bursts that you have, you might be generating +2 value of pilots from that. And then maybe they draw, like play a show resolve or a Banter link draw, right? So you're generally only seeing 15 cards out of your 50 card deck that you can actually utilize. So the game of Gundam really is played with 15 cards, not a full 50. Unless you're going to like very, very, very long games, obviously. Okay, let's. That's my O answer. Hopefully that was long and solid for you. But to counter the O, either play a Shenlong deck or straight up play. Obviously, you can play aggro, but play a mid-range deck. Try playing mid-range and just slamming into him, and then having a answer to the O when he's deployed, which is 7 turns later. Just Wiener the O, yes. Can you post an update version of your clan deck? Do you run the new Red Gundam? The new Red Gundam, you're talking about the alt art reveal of the, let's go back here. You're talking about Red. You, sir, are talking about this one, right? So this Red Gundam, I don't play it. I don't play this Red Gundam because if you do not have a unit on the board, it's not going to get its ability off. Number 2, it only works against AP2 or less. Now I understand that Lifrith exists, but I also don't really care about pinging Lifrith for 2 damage or playing this card against the Lifrith. I do like that it has 4 HP, but I don't like how the ability works. And so let's look at it this way. If this card was a level 4 2 cost 2/4 Link Clan, I'm not playing it. Okay. Now let's look at its ability. So we already know that for the stat line, we're not really playing it. Let's look at the ability. Right. The ability is if you have a clan unit, okay, just like every other clan, no problem. You have to rest a alternate clan unit, not itself, which makes it suck compared to the new guys. And then you can just deal 2 damage to an opponent's AP 2 or less unit. Now, 2 or less units, people think in Gundam that, okay, Blurple is the boogeyman, you have to beat aggro, you gotta beat aggro, right? But 50% of the other side of the game is non-aggro. You still need to beat all the blocker decks, and blocker decks are Wing, O, Freedom blockers, and then Red-White, and any other weird variation of like Zaft if you want, or any Kira, any deck with white, right? Basically every white deck plays blockers. That is like most of the game that plays blockers, and so you need to find a way to beat blockers first, and then tune your deck to have a alright chance of beating aggro, or at least a strategy. Because if you see the perfect hand and your opponent sees the perfect hand, the aggro player will always win. This is why I play burst heavy decks to counter aggro, because then if I see the perfect burst, the aggro player will just lose. They can't combat 6 close combats from my shield. Or like striker pack, close combat, etc. Right? It really, really hurts them and slows them down significantly. And yeah, now talking about this Red Gundam card, there is the new card in CB that we got. If I go to unit and I go red, okay, this card right here, Gundam Exia. This card right here is the card that I think you can put into any of your red decks, and this is your extra copies of close combat, but it's a close combat on a unit. Now there's 2 things, like everyone's gonna eye in on the 1 HP part, okay? And if you're worried about this thing having 1 HP, don't be, and I'll explain to you why. We play, I guess you guys can't see my camera here, let me pull this up. Okay, I don't have my red deck here, but pretend this is a close combat. We play close combat, it goes to the trash, it kills my opponent's GM or whatever, okay? It kills their unit, it's removed. We play this new unit that we just got, right? Gundam Exia. and it's gonna delete 2 damage, kill their GM. Now, if they play a card, number 1 requires them to play their ping card, and then ping this off, and end result is we lost our close combat / card, and they lost their GM in the same exact scenario. They just had to take one more step of actually pinging it. Now, if they don't have a ping unit, that is where this card can be played out, kill their unit. Like, let's say you're playing against Zeong, right? You're playing against blue-green Zeong instead of Blurple, or some other white weenie aggro deck that might be coming out. You play this, you ping them off, you're happy with your life, and then this guy can still swing. So technically this is 4 damage in one card. And I don't know why, but in many games like Warhammer and Gundam, people need to not just value this card as it deals 2 damage. They need to value this card as what is the total amount of damage a card brings to the table, right? Because when you look at certain cards, and you're realizing why do they have less attack power or so on, it's because they're giving them extra damage in terms of their abilities. So they kind of reduce the AP off this card to give it the extra damage. Basically gets transferred over to the deployability. This can be seen in many different ways, but yeah. What other cards show you this? Red, not CB. We go down, like Legao, right? Why is Legao a 2/3 when it could be a 3/3? It's because it has the ability to deal damage, and thus its AP is reduced. Why is this guy have, again, why is it not a 3/3? Is because its AP went to its ability damage. Exia, just lower HP to do the ability, big damage right here, but they had to limit it in many ways. And of course there's a clan card that we were just looking at that does the same thing. This one doesn't have it reduced, but normally this card would be like, well, this one just doesn't have it reduced. This is just affects tokens, so they feel like it's fine. So guys, Gelgoog has such a high cost that it is restrictive where it deals the 2 damage, but you know, otherwise this card would be pretty much like a 4/4 stat, and so on. So yeah, Red Gundam, this is the card, right? This card usually would be a 3/4 stat line, and then have some random ability. Well, it'd be a vanilla mostly, but without it being a vanilla, it now gets the ability to do that. Can you post an updated deck version of Clan? So I have my Clan deck has not changed from GDO whatever. Like, there's no new green cards that I am aware of off the top of my head, and there's no new red cards that I really want to add into the deck overall. So the Clan deck has not changed. Now, I do think that this red card that we're looking at right here, if you want to battle aggro in particular, don't play Red Gundam to try and combat aggro. Okay, play the new card we got to try to defeat aggro instead. So you can get a body, ping something off, swing into them next turn, and keep going. The Gundam Exia. Play the Gundam Exia instead, try it out, give it a real go, and enjoy it. Play Schoolgirl and stuff. Okay, so Seven, I'm really hoping Set Forth shakes things up. I'm not enjoying Gundam the past 2 sets. I agree with you. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to shake things up. I do think if you want to have some fun, you want to play new decks. You should just go deck to deck to deck and play new decks, One thing I will also state is that there is the SD Gundam booster pack coming out, I think next month or something. So hopefully that adds a large dynamic of something to the game. That is pretty much what I think, is hopefully that will add something. Unfortunately, it's kind of my not unfortunately, but it's like my job to sit here and play this game. Otherwise, I've been playing Digimon on the side just like as an hour or two as a side game and enjoying that quite a bit. So Digimon has a lot of different decks. There's like 10 different meta decks, maybe like 20 in the game that you can play. Obviously the top 8 are pretty diverse as well, but yeah. As long as aggro exists, it really skews in the way that it does the GM spam. We are kind of handicapped until we get a board wipe. And I'll tell you this, even with Savory Gundam, Wing Zero, even playing Wing Zero on turn 5, turn 4, you just don't beat aggro. Like, they just have so much card advantage, and it's unfair. They have a lot more cards than you, and then they're playing those cards faster than you. So it's just like you're just getting beat by, I guess, time or speed. What's the biggest impact card I see in the new White Command that will bounce to? Yes, I played 4 copies of that in my wing deck yesterday against aggro. Now I was not playing Kira Ailstrike, but I was playing Lifrit, Striker Pack, Wing Zero, and Bird Mode and stuff, First Contacts. The bounce card was good at slowing my opponent down, but I was playing a wing deck and I just had no cards left in my hand. My opponent had like 4 cards, 5 cards in their hand, and I had nothing and I lost. Or I had to find like not just 1, not just 2 Wing Zeros, but a 3rd Wing Zero. And generally you need at least a minimum of 2 Wing Zeros to defeat aggro decks. 1 Wing Zero does not get you there, unfortunately, because even if you go -5 on them, they're just gonna get like 5 more cards anyways. Agree with everything you're saying. Thank you very much. It is very sad that, you know, I really wish that Bandai would release twice the amount of LRs in a set. And I know in other Bandai games they release these like other sets, and they release a lot more product. So maybe next year, once we get to that line where they're releasing multiple booster packs in 3-month cycles. So like they'll be releasing GDO 4 plus a starter deck plus a mini set, which it looks like we're getting into with the SD Gundam. But pretend that SD Gundam booster box that we're getting was a like Academy only booster box, where it was like, hey, this is Academy. This is gonna have Academy cards and Clan cards, and maybe some other LRs in there. And generally those have like, it's a smaller set, but it has more juiced up cards and reprints in there as well. That would be nice. To just like, they just did that with Digimon recently, where they add like 12 LRs in a mini set, and the 12 LRs are generally more powerful to really elevate the game, or give everything a little bit of a chance. Doesn't running all of the burn cards in Clan really make Schoolgirl Smuggler less effective? No, Tim, it does not make it less effective. And I gave this example in my last stream. Would you like to give me the example again of why running multiple burn cards and Schoolgirl not make it less effective? Too many LRs being made to start popping up completely unplayable archetypes still. Yes, I do want a lot of LRs. Right now we're just making crappy cards, and GDO 4 is kind of full of them. I hope we get a tier 0 in GDO 4. If Bandai does an emergency banning and emergency rules change to the game about deck making and how the game will be played, then yes. Otherwise, we really have to hope that the SD set brings something for us all. One thing I'll comment about my own belief about how metas should look like is when, let's say we have like, right, like let's say GDO 3 where everybody's like, oh my god, there's so many viable decks. We have Clan decks, we have O decks, we have Freedom Blockers, we have Wing, we have all these decks, but we have like 7-8 decks in the game. My problem with the game is that there's 7-8 decks in the game that are all relatively around the same power level. And then there's 2 or 3 decks that are very, very strong, right? Like aggro, and then like freedom blockers, and maybe red white, right? Those 3 decks are like above the power level, kind of. Obviously aggro is like way ahead of them. My problem is that when there's so many decks in the meta game or in the meta pool, it makes the game even less consistent. And in a competitive game, consistency is very big, and if we don't have the card pool or the deck consistency to do exactly what we want to do with the synergies and stuff, or sideboarding or best of 3 or anything to beat all 7 of the decks in the meta pool. So if I go to a tournament tomorrow and I play against 3 completely different decks, I'll lose against aggro. Then I'll have a really good matchup against blockers because I'm playing Shenlong. And then I'll play against like a red deck, and it's like, hey, I don't get to destroy any blocker decks, and he's just pinging everything off, and I don't have any value to gain. Yeah, I hate best of 1 too. So it's a much better, like when GTO 1, GTO 2 was out, kind of, that I could at least build an academy deck or a less powerful deck and tweak it to beat a specific. I could go heads or tails. Do I want to beat aggro? Do I want to beat blockers? Okay, beat one of those 2. And then I would walk up to the table and see how many times can I flip a coin and go blocker matchup or aggro matchup. And then obviously the aggro matchup we most likely lose anyways. So I just built my decks to beat blockers a lot more. And then I made a burst style deck to, hey, I'm not building my deck to beat aggro, but I can give myself a chance if my shields are loaded. And then we can kind of like go from there. Is the best chance I can kind of give myself if my opponent has a okay aggro start and nothing too crazy. Okay, so more frequency of potential to break off schoolgirl card pulls with less units in the deck. Tim, it's not about having less or more units. Having less or more units in the deck is going to affect how many potential hits you have. Okay, I'm gonna give you a brand new example. Okay, you open a booster pack of Gundam, right? And there's, I think, what you can get a total of, is it 6 LRs or 8 LRs in a set, right? You can get 2 alt arts and 6 LRs or something like that. I don't have LRs here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. The point of Schoolgirl and Smuggler is our deck has this amount of, our booster box has this amount of potential cards that we want to grab or can. What happens is when we're playing Schoolgirl and Smuggler, you can choose to play Schoolgirl and Smuggler on the fresh pack of booster box. Now, there's all of these other cards in the deck that are your burn spells that you might not get. Or you're gonna like play Schoolgirl and Smuggler and these are all the burn spells, right? Or you can choose to wait until somebody else opens a pack. You see them open a pack, a booster pack, and you see that they don't get an LR or an alt art. Now your odds of playing Schoolgirl and hitting one of these goes up a lot more. Number 2, you wait again, and you see that they again don't hit an LR or anything. Okay. Now the range of how many burn spells or non-hits compared to hits is going up. Not only that, but if I flip 2 heads in a row, the odds of me flipping a tails goes up exponentially, right? Because that's just how it is. And now if I choose to play Schoolgirl now, when my odds of hitting the right thing has gone up, then I will hit the cards that I want a lot more often. Because I'll pick 3 packs, and I'll hit something around this area. a lot more. So that's how schoolgirl and odds actually works. A lot of people think that, oh, because I have this many amount in my deck, I play schoolgirl, I get less. But it's not about that. It's about when do you play schoolgirl and what are your odds of hitting. Okay, if everybody had like in like those games that you play, those gotcha games or anything, if they had the odds calculator of what your odds are of getting your hit off, then people would hit it off of the max hit chance, right? And the calculator would tell you that if you don't do it now, the odds of this going down next turn is high. So if you hit an LR off the next pack, it will reset everything, and all of a sudden now your schoolgirl ability will not get you the cards you want, and you've lost your chance when you should have played the schoolgirl a turn before at your max chance and then hit that card. Does that make sense? That's why it's playing schoolgirl, even if you have all these burn spells, it doesn't matter. Obviously overall it will lower your chances, but I don't just play schoolgirl just to play schoolgirl. I take my time understanding when is the best point of playing schoolgirl and the math behind that, which people don't talk about, right? The heads and tails. I'm trying to wait till I flip 3 heads in a row, then I will bet that I will get a tails. Unlike other people that just say it's 50-50. I don't want it to be 50-50, because if I play schoolgirl, okay, which is not a clan card, so obviously my odds go a little bit higher, but we play schoolgirl, the odds of me hitting a clan card, if it's 50-50, it's 50-50, it's heads, 50-50, it's heads, 50-50, it's heads. We've all seen people flip 3 heads in a row, even 4 heads in a row. It can happen, and that is why you should be thinking about that when you're playing schoolgirl and smuggler. And that's why people don't really fully understand about my deck. And reality transurfing, okay? Google reality transurfing. Yes, the same line applies to level 7 G-Quux as well. This is why. So in the Discord community, people think, oh my god, you need to play so many units so level 7 G-Quux can hit. It was like 26 or 28 units that they wanted. They wanted 28 hits, which is ridiculous. That's like playing every single low-cost card. And then you know what they would say? They would complain that even when I play level 7 G-Quux with 28 units, half my deck is targetable hits, I'm still whiffing with G-Quux, not once, not twice, but 3 times. It's because they're not using their brains and understanding that they are playing G-Quux at the wrong time. If you have drawn 3 low-cost units in a row, you might not want to play that G-Quux because you've hit 3 heads in a row. It's going to be very unlikely that you hit a tails or a heads, I mean, again. Okay, so you need to play the odds and understand that to navigate through whether you want to play the level 7, whether you want to play schoolgirl, and all of that. Now, schoolgirl is very good turn 1 because you are trying to play it. Well, your deck is pretty fresh, but number 2, you're trying to play it because the odd of you missing is extremely low. But number 2, you don't always play it on turn 1. You're only trying to play it on turn 1 if you couldn't find your level 3 unit to start things off. That's the main reason to play it early. Besides that, it's just like overflowing affection. You want to save it until you know that you need to get a pilot. Like you're really looking for the pilot, you save schoolgirl, you play it to then get the pilot or the link or specific card that you need. And then it also puts cards to the bottom that you don't want. So same thing with schoolgirl. If you don't want burn spells in your hand, play schoolgirl to find those burn spells and put them to the bottom. Okay, that's a thing that schoolgirl and Path of Victory and Defeat and all these cards do, and that's what makes these cards good. Is it's not just to go get you a card, it's to put cards you do not want, okay, to the bottom of your deck. So start reading these cards as when you play schoolgirl, right? Look at the top 3 cards, put 2 cards to the bottom of your deck. That is an actual ability that it does, and it will make your deck a lot more consistent. That's why okay, let's go back to this. Aggro here to stay, yes. Good luck at your new type, Joseph. Hopefully you do well. You're going with the O. Good choice. I can't really expect tournaments that run best of 1. I agree. Unless, well, Flesh and Blood is different. Some games, obviously, like chess and stuff, right? Where there's a lot of like high tier play and consistency and stuff. But in these like trash Bandai games, Best of ones is absolute garbage. I agree with you. You guys actually can't see me moving my hand. I just realized that I was showing this example of all this, but you guys couldn't see my hand. Anyways. It's hard to justify spending the amount of money you need to travel to big events. Exactly. That's why I'm not going to the VIA regionals. Like, I'm in Canada, number one. There's not a lot of events here in the first place. If they are traveling by airplane, even by train, mostly by airplane in my own country, is more expensive or as expensive as me traveling to a different country like in the States, which is kind of insane. Because my country is a lot smaller than America, the charge goes up by a lot more to make up the difference. So it's hard to justify spending. Yes, it's all RNG. It's always RNG. A lot of the top players have also said it's RNG, except for some people who think that, aggro is not tier 0 or some nonsense. Singular match by drawing badly. I just don't understand Banda's decision sometimes. Yes. Clan deck feels really good. Won NTC back on February 7th. It was the first version without bases. I suggest you try it first. Yep, 100%. So if you guys want to know, that's my short. I have a short on my channel. You can click on it, and it is going to show you the deck list with the baseless version, which is the version that I pretty much still play today. All the links on my YouTube videos and stuff are ever changing, so just be aware that my videos are made and then the links are always changing and updated as I see fit or whatever. Does the same line of thinking apply to level 7? Yes, it does. Hey coach, what's your opinion of Rozon, Zulu, and Neo Zeong? I want to play red, blue, burn for draw. Any advice? Okay, let's on that note, let's get back to my academy. Hopefully that answered your guys' question about Schoolgirl and answered your question about how to beat the O and all that jazz. Let's get back to the academy here that I was, trying to talk. And let me show you guys what I'm drinking again really quickly. I know it doesn't matter, but I might take another sip of this mocha from Starbucks. Boom. Cookie crumble. It's pretty good. Expensive, but if you guys ever are wondering why girls like Starbucks, or your girlfriend or wife, etc., well, I want you guys to take a nice $10 bill, walk down to Starbucks, and get yourself a mocha frap or something, and see if you get addicted. I'm not addicted, but I'm just honestly, I like enjoying drinks a lot. Okay, I love drinking different things. Okay, let's close all this. Let's get back to Neo Zeong. Starbucks is coffee milkshakes. Yes, 100%. Okay, let's get back to Neo Zeong, right? And Academy. Any advice about Neo Zeong? Let me talk to you guys about why Neo Zeong might be my next test for Academy, in particular. Now, you want to play Red Blue Neo Zeong. Red Blue Neo Zeong, you can do in control. I would not suggest that you do Red Blue Neo Zeong. I think it's fine to playtest. Just don't playtest into aggro. Playtest into like everything else. You're fine. The main thing I want to say about Neo Zeong is when you're using all of your cards early to control the board, you don't have many cards left over, which is obviously why you're playing blue, right? To play Show Resolve, get you cards back into your hand, and then you will kind of win. The problem isn't if you're going to win with Neo Zeong at level 9. The problem is when are you going to get to Neo Zeong at level 9? That is the whole issue, right? And this is going back to clan now, is why I want to play Neo Zeong in clan, or sorry, not clan, in academy, is because I have ramp. So I think currently there's two ways of playing Neo Zeong. One, obviously, is drawing cards so you can keep your hand fulfilled with draw power with show resolves and stuff. The second option is to play it with ramp, right? Now I think the blue-red version is pretty straightforward. You guys can 100% make it. There's solid, very good choices and multiple LRs and stuff in there. But in terms of Neo Zeong being a RAM Persian is why I want to include an academy and take out like all these Ultrons, take out Shenlongs, take out Shang Wufei. Now we'll talk about this more in a little bit. If there's any particular questions about Neo Zeong or advice, Williams, let me just ask in the chat and I'll answer. Right? I just stopped the stream and start answering questions for you guys. Just give me particular examples of where you're at or anything. If you have a deck list link, you can also link it in the chat and I'll click on it. Witch from Earth. Let's talk. Okay, let's go back to Academy. Witch from Earth, one of the best cards in Academy. You're running 4 copies of this. I don't really need to explain to you guys why, but Unforeseen Incident on crack is amazing, and it helps you survive and it makes your opponent cry a lot. I won multiple games when I was playing a pure Academy version by just putting out Witch from Earth, and my opponent just went, "What the hell?" and conceded on the spot. Because there was pretty much no coming back, especially if they're going to make incorrect decisions. Normally you would put a pilot onto a unit to get over something and kill it. Like you want to kill a 4/4, you put a pilot to kill the 4/4. All of a sudden I go reduce damage by 4. You lose 2 cards, I lose 1 card, I gain a card advantage, and then my opponent just goes, well, I just spent this entire turn playing an Ale Strike or something or whatever it is, or a first strike unit, and you just gave damage reduction by 4. Right? My first strike is useless. I spent 2 cards. My guy died. Your guy didn't. What the hell just happened? GG's. It's almost like if your opponent played an Ale Strike Link or a Wing Zero, or a first strike, and you got to Solemn Judgment them or Bottomless Trap Hole, or just say negate your card's ability, does not activate this turn, put it to the trash. Right? That's how strong this card is. Okay. Gun and Ferract, definitely keeping 4 copies of this in the deck. It's just good. I like that it's level 6 forecast. Thorn, let's talk about Thorn a little bit. You don't need to run as many copies of this as you want. This card was playing at 2 in my deck because honestly the ability of this card is useless. The Lifrith ability is actually very useful. One thing for you guys to understand when you're playing into the Academy deck in particular is Academy does not want to play command cards on your opponent's turn. Okay, I want you guys to understand this. Academy is not trying to play command cards on your opponent's turn. Why? Because Lifrith does not activate on your opponent's turn. Gondwala does not activate on your opponent's turn. Okay, the only thing that activates on your opponent's turn is the new Soletta, which gives you a rested EX resource if you use the EX resource in the first place, which you're pretty much only going to use for Witch from Earth, and it's not very productive. What is stronger to do is have Lifrith on the board, play your Academy commands on your own turn to interact with your opponent, to control their board, to breach, to generate multiple more EX resources to keep your engine going, and then play your pilots onto your units if you can, and then you get to draw more cards. That is what you're trying to do. You're trying to have this like ongoing enchantment style. You get Lifrith you get Thorn on the board. They both have their abilities going. You have an EX resource. You get Ferract on the board. So you have these ongoing abilities of these 3 like guys, right? Which is the Dawn of Fold guys right here. The Dawn of Fold trio right here. Although this guy isn't, but sure. And you're trying to like then pop off, which is the problem with this deck as well, is you're trying to really duel up the board, go wide, not attacking your opponent. Then when your opponent tries to go wide themselves is when you get to destroy their units with attacking standing units by playing Witch from Earths and stuff, generating more resources, and generating breach values. So this is a go wide deck. Then your opponent's going to go wide. They cannot interact with you unless they have armor or something or ping damage. And you can interact with them because you have built-in cards like Choo-Choo's Demi Trainer and this card right here to interact with them and attack their standing units. And if they ever attack into you, you will not only get to trade into their units and survive most of the time, you will also get to breach, so you get the best of both worlds. And that's what the deck is trying to do. And if they try to finish something off that has 1 or 2 HP, Witch from Earth will come in and reduce that damage by 4, and you will simply just not take any damage. And then you will generate lots of more value by playing more activating Lifrith's ability. So Because your opponent is so scared of unforeseen incident / witch from Earth, they will choose not to attack into you. Because they choose not to attack into you, on your own turn you will attack into them and then play witch from Earth and generate more value. That's how I see this going, okay? So if you are playing against Academy in the future and you're scared of running into witch from Earth, I would suggest that either they have it or they don't have it, but I would go into it saying, I'm not going to lose the game on the spot if they play Witch from Earth, okay? Especially in the early game. Let's get the Witch from Earths out of their hands in the early game, make them use their EX resources early game, and make them use their EX resources on my own turn so they don't get to generate value off of this card right here and get the perfect setup they need with Gundam Ferrax and Thorns and all these stuff. So force them to play Witch from Earth as a action speed reaction on your own turn. Don't let the Academy players use it on their own on their turn, essentially, because then they'll generate more value. It's a truth hidden in lies, I guess. I don't know. Ellen here. Ellen is the actual pilot that we like in Academy, and the reason for this is because if you link it with Ferract, you can then target your own Gondwana, which you can then swing Ferract into something and essentially let the Gondwana die, and the Gondwana will then generate you an EX resource because it died from combat damage or any damage, I guess. And then you can basically then use violence or something else to keep going. It also can level you up, and you will find weird things where you are level 4, level 5, swinging into your opponent, then you're generating resources to then level up and play bigger stuff later on, or multiple things. So, okay, Encounter. This is a card that I just kind of covered by talking about how Schoolgirl works, and putting cards to the bottom of your deck is good. I haven't playtested this in this deck in particular, but Encounter in the Zeong deck is very good. So, Zeong deck Encounter, very good card. I know a lot of YouTubers are saying this card is bad. Ignore all of them. This card is not bad. This card is great, especially in a game where we are only seeing the first 15 cards, like 12 to 15 cards of our deck. This card lets us dig a lot deeper and guarantee finding us a pilot. And again, you don't really care about putting cards to the bottom, okay? Because what you care about is finding that Char Link or that Amuro Link or whatever pilot you're playing, and it's a generic green card that can be played in any deck, and it's very, very good. It will get you that final link. It's a good card. Definitely play a couple copies of this, especially if you're on a deck that only has like 8 pilots. You can supplement it with Encounters. And one thing to note, guys, when you play like 4 copies of Encounters in your deck, okay, I'm not saying you should play 4. I'm just saying if, like, for example, we had 4 copies. When you play Encounter, you will put an Encounter to the bottom of your deck, and thus you're not actually playing 4 Encounters. Okay, it's almost like pretend Encounter reads, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, right, and find an Encounter in your deck and then put it to the bottom of your deck with the trash. It just doesn't exist, right? That's what this card basically does. Okay, it's also how I can get away with playing too many pilots or too many command cards and such, and putting them to the bottom of my deck to make my deck efficient, I guess. So that's where we're at with Academy. Let me go back to questions here real quick. Looking forward for the completed version of this. We'll try it at my locals. Yes, sir. It is going to be a thing. Daddy 2 times has joined my voice channel. Would you guys like to see me play some? I actually only have about an hour before I have to coach, if I have to coach today. Well, I do have to coach at 9 to 10 p.m. and then 7 to 9 p.m. But we'll see if my client shows up today or not. He might be busy. Okay, any questions about clan, guys, and any other follow-up questions about Neo Zeong or anything else? I was here to actually deck build a CB deck, but yeah, I always like answering your guys' questions live and making sure you guys are getting the insight that's needed and learning from me. So let's continue with the Neo Zeong here. Let's play Neo Zeong. Neo Zeong is gonna have full frontal in the deck, so I'm gonna try this out. Again, the original version of Academy, because it was a beatdown deck, utilized White Academy with Athranzala and ping damage to generate value, because we didn't have value, right? Now we have some sort of value, some unforeseen incident stuff. We have ramp, an interaction, which means we might want to go back to red and just stick with red. Red with Academy might be the way to go, whether you're playing Green Academy or White Academy. Obviously, White Academy has Striker Packs, which are very, very good. Had Justice Gundams, very, very good. And Overflowing Affections, which were very, very good in Academy as well. Okay, so Sinanju, Neo Zeong, and Full Frontal. This is what we're including to the deck. Then we're going to go into more pilots. Do we need Ellen in the deck? Ellen was only in the deck, by the way, because you want to swing Gundam Ferract immediately on the turn he is played. And that's pretty much the only reason I had Ellen in there. It does get to keep your Ferract healthier by removing one of your other units instead. And then you can always use Witch from Earth as well afterwards when they would swing something big into Ferract, and then you would survive and generate more value later on. Let's keep Ellen at 2 since we only need it for the Ferract. Let's keep Ferract at 4. Let's keep Thorn as a random breach unit that you can sometimes link with these guys right here. And at 4 to generate us more value and combo with that one. We will not need this card because we're playing red now. And we're going to be adding in some nice red cards. Now, do we want to beat aggro very badly? That is the question we are here to ask. Let's say yes. And not just yes, but Exia. Let's talk about Exia in this deck, in Neo Zeong. 1, we play against aggro, we play this early, we ping off their aggro units. 2, we play this and hold it in our hand against a blocker deck late game, and it generates us value off of Neo Zeong. So, dual compatibility with the deck, so we're going to include it in the deck as of now. There we go. Next, we need more red cards. So this is a unit heavy deck because Neo Zeong needs a lot of units. So we are not going to play a burst style deck, right? We all know how a burst style deck goes. I built so many of them. They're all the same with that burst package. What I want to do though is include anti-aggro burn cards. The best anti-aggro burn cards, actually Human Karma might be a card that goes in the deck straightforward. Because we have all these high level units, we can ping anything we want and generate a lot of good value without actually having to attack into our opponent. So let's include Human Karma in the deck. How many Human Karmas do we need? Let's include 2 because we're not playing unit heavy. Or we're playing unit heavy. And then let's look at... Do we want to play Kshatriya? I mean, the real answer is going to be yes. Do we need this card to attack standing units? No. We don't. Do we need Witch from Bride to generate anything for us? The answer is no. We're really just utilizing the Academy package here. We don't even need the Breach unit really, but the Breach unit is okay. We're really using Gondwala to generate us EX value, and then Ferract to generate us additional EX resources. So Witch from Earth might be taken out of the deck or kept as a low amount if we ever need it. Let's take it out of the deck for now because we're really trying to like hit it correctly off the get-go and then see if we need any interaction or not. Ellen, just to link with Ferract, is fine, but if we don't play Ellen, we can actually play things like Merida Cruz instead because we have ways to burn. Let's add Close Combat to the deck because even if we don't... Number 1, we're going to use it to destroy our opponent's early game cards. Number 2, we're going to use it to deal 5 combined with like human karma instead of battle aces, and we can also use it with Neo Zeong later into the game to finish things off if we don't get it early on. So I think it's okay. Now we don't need these cards either. I'm trying to think. We do want the ramp. The ramp is staying. It's also an early game ramp staying. Lifrith is staying. This Lifrith the Breach we don't need. Gundam Ferract is staying because we want to Breach 1. It's a 4-cost Breach 5 unit, which is great. And then it also generates this EX resources off of any other Academy card, which is fine. So now what we need is more burn spells, right? What do you guys think? Should we play Merida Cruz for anti-aggro purposes, or should we play Cube Belly? Or should we play like level 8 G-Quox and stuff? I mean, we probably should play level 8 G-Quox because, you know, who doesn't play G-Quox? And also, should we play Wing Zero or not is a big question as well. This card is also cool once we add in the Neo Zeong to deal 8. Oh yeah, obviously we need to play the Neo Zeong red card. The red card being the new one. Gotta put 4 of these in the deck. Did we just lose 7 viewers in 2 seconds? God damn. Deciding if I want to play Kshatriya or Cubelli. That's the main thing. Do we want suppression? We probably don't need suppression because I think Neo Zeong is going to be the opposite of the O. The O rests units and destroys them, while Neo Zeong pings them off the board. We never have to attack our opponent's shields until we go 6 wide and kill them in 1 shot. So let's... And this is our new tab, right? When damage from one of your units paired with some new type probably destroys an enemy shield. Choose 1 of 5 or less if you deal 2 damage to it. We're not playing this. Although with the ramp, I can get this out with 5 cost. And it's fine, but the link unit is what's hurting me. Having the cyber new type link is not very good. Haman for a single damage ping. He's making the deck. Yes, I'm making the deck. Fingers crossed for better Haman cards in that new starter deck. 100%, my guy. I am... That... When those starter decks come out and GDO 5 comes out, everybody's fingers crossed. Because this game better transform into a, oh my god, Gundam is so much fun and amazing. Or we are all going to be crying over Christmas. And Bandai is going to have a serious goddamn problem. And we should go burn Bandai's headquarters, essentially. Okay. So, what card should I add to this deck, guys? Let's add G-Quox, because we know G-Quox is our baby. Let's just add that G-Quox in there right away. Alright. We just need to decide if we're going to add suppression. We don't need suppression, actually. I think Kshatriya is good enough to add to the deck. And then we need Merida Cruz. Because tokens are going to be around, guys. Tokens are a real damn problem. Okay? Tokens are a problem in this set. So I want you guys to all be ready to combat tokens and deal with it how you guys want. We're definitely going to play 2 bases because we need bases. We're not going to play Guaduan. We don't need to play Rarula. The best base to play is just going to be the Mining Asteroid base. So we can be as healthy as possible, especially if people are going to play Char and stuff, and purple they can't swing for 6 at our shields. This is a defensive deck. I kind of want to play additional bases, but how can we make room for that? Additional bases. Is Sinanju something that is a must? Is G-Quox level 8 a must? This is 34 units. Do we need this many G-Quoxes? I think we only need like 2 G-Quuxes. And we'll pump the bases up to 4. And this will be the deck as an early testing point. GDO5 must be a huge hit since it's an anniversary set and G Gundam has to shake things up in the meta. So very clever. I thought that GDO5 was going to be like the set, right? With Wing coming out and all this stuff. But the problem is, now obviously it could be the biggest set, the best set ever. They could even include more LRs and stuff in it. The problem is that we are including G Gundam, we're including Wing EW, we're including New Gundam, we're including like all of these things in one set, right? If all the big guys are coming out, like let's say there's 6 big cards coming out in that set, there's no support for pre-existing decks. There's no clan support, there's no like Minerva support, there's no Zaf support, there's no Academy support. Like, I don't want them to just give us new things again and again and again. And just like we saw with Academy right now, we're getting Academy in green, right? If we get Wing Gundam in white, we don't know if it's going to be a Wing Gundam that's meant to be played with green in the first place. It might be some stupid blocker deck that's never meant to be played with green Wing. And so we're not getting Wing support really. What we're getting is a alternate version of Wing, which means we can't build upon the current Wing G unit cards, which obviously I think that they're going to include G unit tag and all this stuff and have them play together. But when Academy came out, or is going to come out in a week or whatever, unfortunately they have not given us a way to play both of the colors together. They said, hey, the first Academy set has almost nothing to do, no LRs, nothing crazy, this, and no synergy with getting commands back or anything, no big level commands. And then we go into like the green side and we got a Gundam Ferract. We have 2 LRs in Academy. We have Gundam Ferract, which has Breach, get EX resource, and we have Rebuild, which is get a command card back from your trash. And there's no good Academy card command that is like special to Academy that we want to get back from our command, from our trash, I mean. So it's like, are they going to give this to us? Are they going to actually give us full 100% compatibility, full 100% power? Or are they going to make us wait another year before they actually tell us, hey man, Wave 2 has started, now we're going to start giving you guys 100% completed decks. Because every deck that we build right now is very much like 55% of one deck. And then we're adding in other colors to it to make it work, etc. And some of the cards that we're adding into our decks, even in the same archetype, are just there because we don't have anything else to really use right now. We don't have a lot of options, so we're just playing it because it says Zaft on it or Academy or whatever. Like yeah, and some of the, like the Wing cards like Wing Gundam, Shenlong don't do the same thing. Death Scythe Ramps trying to get to Wing 0, but Wing Gundam itself is trying to breach, and Shenlong also trying to breach. And Heavy Arms is, I don't know what the hell Heavy Arms is doing, but yeah. So we don't know if they're going to synergize 100%. The only deck that really does that is blockers, and because there's like 200 blockers. And yeah, even the triple ship deck doesn't exactly play full triple ship. Although I think that deck can, but it's a little awkward, but yeah. Okay, this is a 50 card deck. I'm definitely going to be building this and playing it today. Just to see if the ramp package that we got is very useful in getting us to Neo Zeong. And then if this small amount of burn damage can actually progress us forward utilizing the new Gundam Exia. So we have 8 close combats now. And we have some human karma here for late game. Which, honestly, looking back at this, we could just take out human karma, put in a burst card instead. But again, I don't want to play the burst heavy deck at the moment. Yes, Lifrith is only Dawn of Fold commands. I'm not utilizing its ability. I'm playing it because for Gondwala to work, I need a second Dawn of Fold unit on the board. And so it's basically extra copies of Dawn of Fold. Right? It's the only other Dawn of Fold. So we're playing 8 Dawn of Folds to basically say, play this guy, suicide this into our opponent, get the EX resource to ramp. Now, when we get the EX resource, doesn't matter because we're not trying to ramp as fast as possible. It's just this is going to get us one step closer to Neo Zeong when we try to get there, essentially. Unfortunately, there's no other Dawn of Fold cards that are low level. It's just Gondwala and then Lifrith which is unfortunate. Could we just play bird mode here instead? Yes, the problem with bird mode is that it's a level 3/3 cost, and we need to get bodies on the board and then trade into our opponent's GMs as fast as possible. And that's where these guys come in, basically. I'm not saying this is going to 100% work, but from the testing that I did with this guy, and this guy, all working together to generate EX resources, we actually did manage to get to level 11 by level 11 by turn 5, I think. So turn 5 or turn 6 I was level 11 because I generated 4 EX resources. Well, I had one from the beginning and I generated 3 more from 2 of these and 1 of these. So that is something that we need to keep in mind, that we will get that big boost in level with the Pharaoh and the Gondwala. Okay, and we're not trying to ramp as quickly as possible because we have burn cards to control the board. We're trying to ramp steadily at some point, magically, 1 or 2 times throughout the game, so we can get to Neo Zeong by turn 7. And once he's on the board, everything in our hand is going to become wing 0 damage whenever we want, basically, is the idea. Will it work? Who knows, but this is kind of it. This is also the shell of the red, so we can obviously swap these to white for blockers, but I don't want to play blockers because it's boring and doesn't get us to Neo Zeong. And again, blockers lose to aggro anyway, so what's the point? An updated red-white version of the deck would just include 4 Exias to negate aggro even further. Same thing with Clan. Just play 4 Gundam Exias in Clan instead of that red Gundam you guys are playing. And you'll have a better chance of beating the aggro decks. Yeah. Okay. Let's update my clan. Let's save this. I think it's saved. Let's go with Neo Zeong Academy. Save. Let's go to deck builder. Let's go to green white. Why am I not logged in? What is happening? I was like literally logged in. I guess I wasn't. Okay. Please be saved. It's saved. Okay. Gundam Pharaoh copy. Save deck. What is happening, dude? Why is it telling me to relog? So weird. Like, what the hell? What the hell? Deck builder. Okay. I think that deck is gone. My decks. Okay. Anyways, that deck got deleted. Rest in peace. Let's go to my decks. Let's just delete this. Oh, here it is, the copy. Just to change the deck name to Academy Ramp Neo Zeong. Okay, let's go back to my decks. And let's I'm gonna quickly check my Discord messages since I have 7 of them. See what's going on. Hopefully Shine, save image. Just gotta post some stuff in my accomplishments, guys. Bear with me. Oh, this guy not in my server. I'm pretty sure he's in my server. No, he's not even in my server. I will invite him to my server. Shine, I will invite you to my server. Hopefully you sign up for coaching soon, sir. Support your boy coach here, working his ass off with Gundam every single day. I'll do that in a second. Room 2, I am streaming YouTube. You want to book a session to go over some stuff I kind of want to do fundamentals, refresh my EC, meaning want to go deployment staging from control tempo. For season 11. New recruit Shine. Let me give you the roles, sir. Manage. Edit roles. Gundam. Save. Go back. Anybody typing anything in chat? No, not yet. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Etc. I'll update my GQuox deck list here real quick. So if I was going to make changes to the deck immediately to combat aggro, how would I do it? We don't need to play Suga's Gelgoog if we're going to play that card to combat aggro, but Suga's Gelgoog still brings value. Now Red Gundam, on the other hand, is not the card that I want to play anymore. It does beat blockers. And we don't want to play bases. We're going to remove the bases. We're going to add in... what's that card called? Card is called... For these to playtest into aggro. If we can stop aggro, we can kind of win from that point. And then we don't need bases. And just for you guys, the new cards coming out, I will give the red... I still don't want to play Red Gundam. I still want to play the normal Red Gundam, the green one, as a tech piece. Against... let's stick with 2 of these in the deck. And let's stick with... What card do I remove? We have these in the deck, so it's like, do we really need the Schoolgirl as much? Not as much. I'll reduce the GQuox level 8 down to 3. Actually, no, I want to play 4 of these no matter what. I'm going to reduce none of these because these are also anti-aggro cards. I don't need Suji in the deck as much as possible. And we don't exactly play a lot of Suji cards anyways. Really just these. He is nice for shuffling through what we do get though. But we have Schoolgirl to do that for us and GQuox. The first strike is really important sometimes, so I don't want to reduce it in case we never see it. I think we'll play 3 Axias here instead of 4. Okay, this is going to be the deck. This is my updated clan list. Go ahead and try it out if you guys want. Quick fix right there. Let me see if there's any other decks. One Punch trying calling me. Tell him streaming YouTube, sir. Two times. Okay. Yes. Okay, I need to take a sip of my drink before I die of thirst. That needs to happen. Also, since no one else is talking right now, we're kind of in this limbo phase. Let me try to figure out how I can put my camera up on screen at all times as well. I need a screen capture and I need to add sources. What did I just do? Okay. Scene is this. I need to add a display capture or something of the of this thing. How do I capture this screen on here? Oh, there it is. What is video capture device? Oh my god. Okay. I need... No, that's not what I need. This is my full screen. So I need my full screen to be full. Let me fix this real quick. And then I need my video capture device to be in front of the other one. There we go. Boom, I did it. Look at that. Okay, there's my webcam permanently. I'll put it over here so you guys can keep track of what I'm doing in real life as well. Chat. I guess I can have the chat as well, but the chat is mostly for me. I don't think you guys need to really see the chat room. Now we can close that, and now we can close this. And now if I look at my own stream, it should be how I want it to be. Looking, yes sir, there we go. We are looking good. Right, we are going to look at let me link you guys the EX burst here in the chat if you guys want to follow my link. I'm gonna send it to 2 times, and then I'm gonna grab it from him and post it in the chat room. Copy link, go to YouTube. This is my EX burst, guys. If you guys are ever wondering about my decks and stuff, there is all of the different decks that I've made and stuff, and are updated constantly. Yeah. Okay, what I need to do is go back to my decks. What deck should we work on, guys? Somebody tell me what I should be making right now. I was here to make CB, but I guess I could do that if there's no suggestions or anything. We spent a bunch of time just talking about Academy and Neo Zeong. I do have to get started on a Neo's Could you explain your choice of third form over second in your Lupus deck? Yes, sir. It's never Lupus, baby. Third form. Why does Coach play this deck? CB? Okay, we'll do CB after. Why does Coach play third form? Because this is a level 4 unit. So what happens? We go turn 2. We play Ryosuge, Ryusugo, whatever. We get to discard a card, draw a card. Okay, draw a card, discard a card. Everything's good. We then also get to play, like, turn 4 comes around. We have 4 resources. Alright, look at this. Turn 4 is here. We go second, so we have the EX resource. We are on turn 3 technically. We have a Ryosuge on the board. Ryusogo, whatever. He pinged himself for 1. What happens is, turn 4 comes around. Okay, we go from turn 2, draw a card, discard a card, to turn 4. Why am I playing this card? You are going to proceed to play for 1 cost your base, because your base is your engine of milling cards. So we are going to play Hata Ruby here, play our base, 1 resource gone. Now we have 2 resources open, okay? Unless we have another Ryusugo, or we have some other way to ping, aka Adept, there's no way for us to ping ourselves. So I am running Gundam Barbar's third form as additional ways to ping ourselves on this curve. So when we play this out, we have another way of pinging. Because sometimes you just don't have the ping, and you'll play the base, and then you don't have any way of pinging anything. So you want to play the Barbaros third form, and it will just be a good way of making sure that you have a consistent flow of milling yourself 1 by the base. That is why it is in there. There's no other reason. Now, yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so that's my reasoning of why that's in there. My reasoning of why 5th form is in there is because of blockers. Like, Paul just won his locals yesterday playing this deck, and my other buddy from Hawaii, he's won 4 new types in a row playing my version of this deck, basically. You know, 4 new types in a row. It is in Hawaii, but still, it's 4 in a row is quite a big accomplishment. So why do we play 5th form is because blockers cannot block this, and this thing trades for 1 into Gundam, basically everything. Kshatriya, Gundam, anything with 5 HP, it's just a 1-tap swing and kills them. So that is why we are playing those 2 different versions, and Lupus in particular. Whether you want to play white Lupus or take out Show Resolves and put in a new sign to stick with white, or you want to play a Show Resolve, is up to you. They both work. I have multiple videos on the deck. Thanks, didn't notice you were on that base. Yes, sir. I have been on this base since day 1. This is how the entire right, the community was saying that Lupus is dog shit, it sucks. And they were still saying, oh, Lupus is worse than Blurple, which overall, yes, but I have a 100% win rate on a knife's edge every single time playing into Blurple. And Hata Ruby is the main reason why I can nuke like a Linked Wing Zero or 3 Gundams off the board in one go, because I actually mill significantly more than everybody else. Like, significantly. The Hata Ruby usually gets me 2 to 4 mills throughout the game, so that's a lot. That pretty much, playing this card generally nets you a 2 damage ping off of your Lupus by itself, and sometimes 1 base can also net you 6 cards if you are playing against different archetypes, like control archetypes and stuff, and you can go aggro on them, especially against blocker decks, right? If you're playing against a blocker deck, they're never getting rid of your base. You're just generating infinite value, so it's a really good base. Okay, you think Green Academy Wing Zero good? I think Green Academy Wing Zero not good, because Wing Zero will nuke your own board, and then you will lose. and aggro will kill Academy anyways, so you're gonna lose anyways. I already play tested last night actually for like 4 hours with green, Shenlong, Wing Zero, all that stuff. It didn't end up mattering. Then I played Wing Zero, Ramp with the new white bounce card. The new bounce card was nice. It was a lot nicer out of burst. But my opponent simply the aggro decks just had more cards than I did, and it just ended up losing. Basically every single time. The only times that I won was because of first contact coming out of my shields and giving me the level 8. Instead of me going to 7, I went to 8. And I was able to play Wing Zero, and then I was able to play multiple Wing Zeros, because one Wing Zero was not enough. I had to play minimum 2 Wing Zeros to beat aggro. And even then, sometimes I needed like 3 or a Wing Gundam to interact with their standing units. So it was very tough even then. Now, that version was not playing Kira and Ailstrike. So if you're going to play a much more heavy blocker Kira Ailstrike version, then you'll have a different experience a little bit. But at that point, I think you just honestly just play the new white bounce card in a white blocker deck, and you'll have a much better time. You'll probably always win against aggro at that point, I think. So freedom blockers might be the best deck in the game. Outside of the whole aggro, I kill you in 5 turns. Okay. Time to talk about CB. Let's talk about CB. By the way, is this camera of my playmat and stuff big enough for examples, or should I make it a little bit bigger? Alright, CVA. My decks. CB, I know I have a CB deck list here somewhere. Red Gundam Dynamis. Alright, so last time we were on CB, this is where we left off, talking about it in the last stream. I appreciate all you guys watching and subscribing. Don't forget to subscribe if you guys are new to the channel, my videos or live stream, etc. I will do gameplay. I think instead of uploading videos of me playing over like the simulator or anything in a video, I think I'll be doing streams of me playtesting instead, because that way you guys can listen to me talk, I can answer questions, and I'm just gonna be playing for fun with my clients and other people. I will be using proxies, aka like my bases might be different bases. Unforeseen incidents will be like Witch from Earth instead, so I try to do it that way instead of actually printing them out until I can get the cards in a couple weeks. So yeah, just letting you guys know if that's a problem for you guys. Let me know and I can maybe not do that instead. I need feedback on if you guys are going to be interested in watching me playing with like alternate proxies, and might be a little bit harder for some people to join and keep up. Okay, so CB here. What is CB trying to do? Is purple red CB good enough? Is green red CB good enough? Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Okay, so number 1, let's just start off with these things right here. As much as people like to think that Tactical Visionary and Schoolgirl and Path of Victory are not cards people play, this card is good. Same thing in Clan. We want to basically guarantee that we have some sort of early game play. So we have our early game level 3 units. And we're playing mid-range. So we have this amount of 5 of these, and then if we don't get these in our opening hand, we mulligan. If we still don't get it, hopefully we get a Tactical Visionary to try and get us into that in the next 2 turns. Then we have this new LR. Alright. I think the LR looks pretty cool. I wonder how the alt art's gonna look. Hopefully even better. So Gundam Kairos. Okay. First strike during link, it gets plus 2 AP for each of your rested CB units. Okay. When we link it with this pilot, obviously it links with both pilots, right? Hallelujah here is +1/+1, not really relevant. It is going to be relevant when you're playing into an aggro deck, so you can kill their GMs immediately and not take damage. It also does work. It says each of your rested CB units, not each of your other rested CB units. So when you attack with Kairos, he automatically becomes a 3 AP unit. So he's a 3/4 essentially always, at least. Yeah, and it's also during link, so this works on your opponent's turn and your turn. So when he's rested, he is a 3/4 baseline. Yeah. Then we have Hallelujah here. Hallelujah links with him and is going to give you a draw power. So it's a Machu ability, which is reveal the top card if it's a CB deck, a CB card, which as you guys can see, the entire goddamn deck is CB. So the odds of you hitting a non-CB card are very low. In fact, we have 4, 6, 7 non-CB cards, so that's 7 times 2 is 14% of our deck is non-CB. Okay, 14%. So 86% of our deck are CB. We will have a very, very high hit chance of making sure that the top card is a CB card. Okay, so basically this always says 86% of the time draw a card, which is great. The longer you can keep them around, the stronger you're going to be overall, and it's going to generate you a lot of value. And your opponent, if he does not have a link to deal with it immediately, will be in a very bad position. So yeah, that's Gundam Kairos. So we got Dynamis, we got this guy just there because it's a level 3/2 cost, nothing outside of that. It's a Rizal, so we are playing it like a Rizal. So yeah, Dynamis, Rizal, Gundam Kairos, First Strike LR, great. Lynx gets a lot of value, very, very high AP, can First Strike into everything in the game and generate a lot of value. Are we going to have multiple rested CB units deployed? The answer is going to be yes overall. Why? Because we are not playing GMs. Our units are a little bit tankier, and we are going to be going, let's say, Dynamis into maybe 2 Kairoses into linked Kairos when we can get the pilot link to go attack it to our opponent and generate this value. If our opponent knows we're playing CB, they might be shy to attack us immediately or play an Amuro Gundam to rest our Kairos or Dynamis to kill it because they know that, hey, we have multiple first strikes and they're going to be coming out very quick. Now, in my previous stream, I stated that we are getting a lot of, right? Why is Amuro so strong and Gundam? It's mostly because the Gundam is level 4. And because the Gundam is level 4, it comes out significantly quicker and faster. It affects the game immediately, and then it has this compounding, like, rippling effect of like, hey, I generated value, I'm going to continue generating more and more value, and it's coming out so quickly that you might be like always one card short of dealing with it. So now multiple other archetypes are also going to get level 4 units, so we are going to be able to basically get our own version of Gundam Amuro at the level 4 point. So level 4 is going to be a big thing. If your deck, like the new Minerva squad, has level 4, play it. CB has level 4. Level 4 is a very strong point in the game. It is the peak of aggro decks, essentially. Right? Some of them dip into level 5 or 6, but generally level 4 is the peak of like where things are going crazy. You need to be able to respond very powerfully at level 4 by yourself. Now we can some of these archetypes, so it's going to be nicer for us. And that's Gundam Kairos. Gundam Dynamis here is 100% being played because it's the other very good version of the deck. And again, just like any deck that wants to go wide or mid-range, there's no way for us to interact with our opponent. So with lock-on, we can actually disable our opponent's board, taking out their key units, attacking them with first strike, so on, right? And this card, lock-on, he also allows us to pair up with Gundam Kairos and attack into our opponent with first strike with a lot of AP and get through cards. So that's a very cool thing about CB is that all the pilots don't need to be linked. They're all in pair, and they pair with everything. So all your pilots give you a toolbox of, do you want to not take damage, do you want to attack standing units, or do you want to gain extra AP, or do you want to draw cards off of Hallelujah, right? And Hallelujah is the main one, so I'm really disappointed what Sasuna does for us, but whatever. Dark Shawns, not sure why people keep saying new sets will shake up the meta. We are 3 sets in and aggro still rules the day competitively. Surely the next set will change things. Yes, I'm not sure why they keep saying that. Obviously, I have not been saying that at all. Now, I think, you know, people might be saying that just because the obvious reason of like, oh, we're going to have a new deck in the game. It's going to shake up the meta. It's like, just because we add a new, you know, deck to the pool of decks does not mean the top deck in the game is not going to stay the top deck of the game. It's just a fundamental flaw with the game design, and they have done nothing to counter it or stop it from working. And I don't think the sets are going to be able to do anything about it either. So unless they do a emergency banning on Amuro or other card, not even just Amuro, I just mean like in general attacking the Blurple deck, the aggro decks that are very like disgusting for the game, then we're not going to really get anywhere. I do think in this set you can build a deck that can beat aggro 80% of the time probably. The problem is once you skew so far towards that way, you're going to lose 80% of the time to all of the other decks in the game. Like, always. Kairos with lock-on will only have 2 AP or something? No. So, oh yeah, Kairos with lock-on will only have 2 AP, you're correct. But it can, again, if you're playing into an aggro deck and you only need to kill GMs, you will still be able to attack into their GM and take it out. So, that's, you know, against aggro you can still do it, but it's just a benefit of like, hey, the pilots can go on anybody and activate their abilities. You know, that's all I meant. Doesn't have to, yeah, obviously he's on Link Effect. Okay, so Dynamis in the deck, cool. Gundam Dynamis Breach 3 is in the deck, simply for now because it's a very good unit. Again, guys, anything that is level 5 3 cost and has good stat line, basically they always have a good stat line because of level 5 3 cost, are basically meant to be played. These are your bigger Rizels, aka Super Rizels. So you should play them because they're Super Rizels. Now, if you have an LR in the same slot or something very, very powerful, then obviously you don't need to play it. But in this case, we don't really have a crazy powerful card. So it's in the deck because we're trying to keep it obviously CB here. And it's nice to whittle our opponent down. And then obviously it pairs and does stuff. And lock-on needs to lock on. Gundam Kairos, why is he in the deck? Well, guys, it's because tokens are going to be a thing in this set. If you guys have not played with GDO4 cards, tokens are everywhere, especially if you're playing against... Just play against a Zeong player once. Play against Zeong in a Zeong deck once. You will understand why tokens are going to be everywhere. And there's also the new blue archetype with League, Militaire, whatever. They also summon a lot of tokens. So, this is another version of a level 5 3 cost 5/3. Where it can one-shot Kshatriyas and other things with 5 AP, so we're playing it. During Link, it links with most of our units. We can pretty much just swing into things, take them out, but also when we're playing the CoachSK bases, Zeongs, other token decks, we're going to be able to completely one-sided destroy them, and that is the goal. The goal is to have this tech card to destroy the tokens, and when you have a level 5 3 cost, if you can have 2 of them in the deck, I would say 6 is a good number to have. It feels really nice to play 2 level 5 3 cost cards on turn 6 or even on turn 7. It feels really strong. So it's nice. So we have that there. Obviously this is still testing phases. This is from my earlier draft on the first stream 2 days ago. So this Gundam Kairos, again, why is this in the deck? Simply because we need more interaction against our opponent. So along with lock on, we have Gundam Kairos tail booster to attack into our opponent's units, thus allowing our Gundam Kairos to first strike into standing big units as well, not just the small ones. Well, level 4 or lower, but either way, I do like Rizels and stuff if we need to. Also, if they have a bunch of tokens, we can't attack Kairos into something. Tail booster is going to allow Kairos to attack into the token, then destroying all of the other tokens. So we just have that as a testing piece. It's, again, not 3 costs, but it's just as a tech piece right now. We can lower these numbers as we see fit, etc. And then because we're playing Tactical Visionary, we'll be putting these cards to the bottom if we don't need them. Gundam Dynamis here is a simple card we put in here simply to just ping off a GM if we need to. There is basically no other reason we're playing this card. I just wanted the deck to be more unit heavy, and so it's in there. Okay, no, nothing else to really say about it. It's a late game, mid game, close combat. Yeah. GN armor type. Oh, let's answer some questions here. They would have to put limit on 1 mana choose or something, but that won't happen. I agree. Grits, that is exactly what they need to do, and not just on GMs, but across the game as a whole. So all vanilla units, right? If lift Brits, 6 HP bases, GMs, 1 drops, anything that has the exact same stat line, and is the exact same card, and the only difference is the color / archetype, it needs to be restricted to, you cannot have, you know, 8 to 12 GMs in your deck. You play the GM for what it is of the archetype that you want, and you play the base that you want, that is either the 6 HP one from green or the 6 HP one from red. They're just vanillas. Rizels, you only play the red one or the blue one or whatever other ones that deploy. In the future, Lifrith, same thing. You only play the one Lifrith or the other Lifrith, not both. Same thing for Zowarts. You only play the blue Zowart or the white Zowart, not all the Zowarts. That is how I feel about it. And those are pretty much all vanillas, basically. They do not need to do it to Tactical Visionary or command cards, but they do need to do it to the other things. Even if they don't do it to bases immediately, it just should be an overarching thing of like, hey, don't play these things together. You're not allowed to. Tactical Visionary specifically for CB, so you can play Tactical Visionary and Schoolgirl in the same deck if you wanted to. Yeah. Okay, so next question. Is there anything we can do for Galahorn? Daws. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do for Galahorn, my guy. I have not looked at Galahorn in a hot minute, especially in GDO 4. But Galahorn, for some reason, wants to start the game with like 10 cards in trash. And unfortunately, there's no card that says mill the top 10 cards of your deck on turn 1. And so there's not much we can do for Galahorn. We don't have Galahorn like crazy strong LRs in the game either. So we're kind of stuck until the next set of Galahorn cards. You know, when they go back to IBO, give us Season 2, Wave 2, whatever. And when we get more Galahorn cards. Now, Galahorn has a lot of AP reduction. Has a lot of it with the unit, with the command cards, with unforeseens. I have not looked into Galahorn too much outside of playing it in GDO 3 and trying to play it at the end of my coaching cycle and was like, yeah, this is complete garbage. Unless you want to go down the whole aggro GM spam, which I don't recommend. Kairos to lock on. Interested to playtest that CB list feels light on 2 costs from mid-range. Yes, it does. That's why we have Tactical Visionary. And against a other mid-range deck, you won't be completely destroyed if you do not draw your early game card. Just like Clan mirror matches, if you don't draw your 2-cost card early, you're not going to lose the game immediately. It's just there to play something against like aggro or if they have GMs. No base. There are no bases in here at the moment because we are going to be interacting with our opponent's board heavily. And the only CB base that we have, I think we got a second one in this set. I'm pretty sure. We got Trinity Warship, right? Once per turn, rest one friendly CB unit, choose one level 5, deal 1 damage to it. I don't want to deal damage to my opponent for only 1, so I'm not playing it. If you guys have not tried to play Gundam decks with no bases, I suggest you guys do. Especially this is playtesting phase, so we're not trying to like win the game or see if we need bases. Generally, I think you start with 2 bases in a deck, and then you kind of go from there. And that also means that you're not guaranteed to draw these. Bases do not ideally super keep you alive. And if I was going to play a base, I could just play the red base instead for 6 HP, or the green one. And so we're not playing bases right now. This is completely for testing all the cards. If you want to, like, this is why we have 4 of this card, right? This is there for card value, which is the next card I want to talk about. Is GN Armor Type D. Is Breach 3, again adding on to the Breach value, which is fine. It's a very, very high cost, which is not the best. But again, if we're playing Tactical Visionary, we're going to be putting this card to the bottom. If this card gets destroyed, it's going to go to the bottom. And it basically is going to get us a unit card to our hand, which our whole deck is units. It's basically almost a guaranteed hit to keep us going, because this deck doesn't really have any card advantage outside of First Strike. And so we have a lot of First Strike, obviously going to be using it. We have a lot of like damage reduction and stuff over here, draw power from here. We want to see how good this card is, and as many as we can run. Let's lower this to 2 for now, and add in those 2 bases that you guys want. And just to keep it on theme, we'll add the Trinity Warship because we can grab it off of this card. Okay, so we're going to keep 2 of these in the deck just for that reason. So we're playing this just for the card advantage. That's literally it, no other reason. So this is like our Justice Gundam, essentially. Pretend this is Justice Gundam. We play 2 Justice Gundams. It gives us longevity. Then we got Gundam Kairos Trans Am. This is the rare. This card just gets First Strike if you have a red Super Soldier, right? All of your CB guys are Super Soldiers except for Lock-On. So Alleluia and Hallelujah. So basically you have one of those. This gets First Strike or Breach 3 depending on if you have green or red. Red is First Strike. Breach is the other one. You guys can see here, like I've been saying, mid-range is meant to be played at capped out at level 6, barely going into level 7 if you guys want to, but most mid-range decks can be very unit heavy and then be maxing out at level 6, so you can play multiple units, good strong bodies, and this guy is strong enough with the pilot to take out pretty much everything in the game, whether it's level 7 or 8 outside of like 2 cards. So strong enough to kill anything in the game, and giving you more breach value to pressure your opponent and then swing for game all at once if you need to. So that is the deck. Tactical Visionary, definitely playing it to grab these cards early on, and anything else we need to grab the pilots. Battle Aces just to finish something off. Honestly, there's no other reason we're playing this. Just a from burst, deal 2 damage. And yeah, that's kind of it. I just kind of put it in here because if my opponent swings into me with something very strong, I want to play Battle Aces as not a pink 3 damage card, but I view Battle Aces as destroy a damaged unit, because that's what it does 99% of the time. How much damage they have is irrelevant as long as they're damaged. Battle Aces is 90% of the time good enough to finish it off. So I'm not viewing this as a deal X damage, I'm viewing it as a kill a damaged unit. So when their opponent survives with damage, I will finish them off. Alia obviously in the deck just to like link with all these guys. Bitch Crew in there just to interact with their opponent. It also has a burst added to your hand, so it's a little bit more viable to being added to your hand out of your shields. So we're just playing one of these. It's also very good because it allows you to attack into anything, instead of just low level units with tail booster, this is your answer to like a level 8 G-Quux that's not paired. This might go to 2, but it's at 1 right now. Hallelujah, definitely in the deck. Lock on, definitely in the deck. That is the deck right here. Oh yeah, one thing I should probably add to this deck, since I was talking about the entire time, was the aggro destroyer card, right? Let's try to add that to this deck, since we can put it at the bottom in multiple ways. Let's have some combat to aggro here. Oh yeah, this card also, I completely forgot. I actually haven't updated this deck, I think, since the new cards came out. So that's something that we should probably do. Okay, add 4 of these to the deck. And adding in 4 Exius to the deck. Okay. Now we have 8 cards. We need to remove some cards. Well, I think the first card we're going to remove is probably Battle Aces, because we now have this Trinity AoE Wing 0 card. The next card we're going to remove is the bases again, because we honestly don't have space for that shit. Now we just need to remove 4 cards from the deck. Gundam Dynamis, not needed. We have this bigger version of it now, so way better. And we now have 3 cards left. Now we got to make a choice between all of these over here. What are we going to do? I don't think we need as many of these cards as we might think. And so we're going to basically reduce... we're going to reduce the Gundam Dynamis Breacher down to 2. We also have Kairos here, which links with him. Lock-on links, we don't have too many, but that's kind of okay. We'll remove this one immediately because we don't need it. We want this one. That is 50 cards. That looks like is what we're going to stick with. Do I only want to play less of these? No, I think we'll play 4 copies to combat aggro. This should be good enough to slow down aggro and then continue playing the game. And then we have this to wipe the whole board. The best thing about this card is that it does not require any pilots. Okay, deploy it, choose 1 or 2 of your other active units. We are going wide, so we will have active units on the board. Rest them and then deal 2 damage to all your opponent's units. Only rested units, but again, it is what it is. Do we run 4 copies of this or not? I don't know. Maybe we only run 3 copies of it, but it's there as a board wipe. Kind of want to add those Battle Aces back to the deck, but got Exia right here. I want to playtest this, as I was saying in my last stream, because of playtesting something. Start with 4 copies so you guys can see it every single game, see it multiple times, understand if you're going to brick on it or not, understand how does this card actually play and how does it feel, and is it actually that relevant. Don't waste a whole game and then not seeing the card. You definitely want to see it. You definitely want to get the ability off maybe twice a game and get to enjoy it for what it is. Let's get back to chat. Gallahorn, Kairos. Interested to play that CB, feels light on 2 costs, no base. Yep, there needs to be a no duplicate unit rule. Yes. I believe Talking Cards with Garrett also commented this. If you guys haven't checked out his video, I suggest you guys go check out Talking Cards with Garrett's video about what the ban list should have been, or all that jazz, and what's wrong with Gundam. It's a fundamental game design flaw. And because when we play Gundam, guys, we always enjoy playing Gundam for the most part, and feel like there's actual play and integrity into the game when we're playing against other decks that are not aggro, right? And I don't mean aggro in the sense of like aggressive. I mean when they're non-rush. When we play against a non-rush deck, the game feels generally fair and back and forth, and it feels like, hey, I could even add a couple cards to make me better into this matchup, or if I had gotten this one card or use it differently, I could have been in a better position. And there's options. As soon as you play into rush, everything goes downhill. As soon as you play into 50 blockers, things can go downhill. The only thing is that into blockers, you actually get to play 10, 12 turns of the game. So you have lots of time to get to your card, lots of time to duel up your board, execute your strategies, find your tech pieces. And there's a lot of cards that actually destroy blockers. But when you're playing a 5-turn game, obviously the unit spam GM deck is going to destroy you, and we can't really play. And the game really comes down to whether you have a good hand in the early game or not, and whether they have the nuts or not. And basically nothing in the game can beat the aggro deck, the rush deck having the nuts. While other aggro decks like Athenzala, Zaft, Zeong, Zeong decks that are aggro, like right, all these decks with Mikuve, Breach, all this stuff, still are aggressive, still can win game by turn 5 or 6, and they still can play some small early game cards, but they're not relying on just spamming out 21 drops and then playing Amros and Fatal Strikes to winning. Although the extra comes out turn 2, so Blood Pool won't have a way to ping you until it gets to also swing. Yes, it is nice to have Exia come out really early and then ping them off. This is a card that actually a lot of the community was saying is horrible, garbage, etc. Right? I haven't even playtested this card yet, but I was like, hey man, this card is not bad. This card is really good. This is a unit that's also a close combat, and in the example I gave earlier, it's like, even if they ping it off, close combat goes to the trash, this card goes to the trash, it's still a 1-for-1 trade. In the examples where they don't ping you off, or they don't have ping, like Zeong, or any other like white aggro deck, etc., well, X is going to get to take out 2 GMs, not just one. It's going to be very, very impactful. So yeah, I like it. It's also something that the purple CB deck, right? The purple CB deck was struggling into aggro, especially. And with this card and all the other purple cards that destroy your opponent's units from burst, it's going to make it a lot more viable. Because again, a lot of these decks in GDO 2 and GDO 3 that were trying to go wide, like Academy, your opponent would just go wide faster with units, and there was no interaction. And they introduced like red or purple that have burn spells, and green really doesn't. And so you're losing your units on your board while they weren't. Or your opponent would like link something, attack into your armor, rest something, and you're like, oh, I gotta rebuild my board before I can go and win, essentially. People hate on it because it's 1 HP. Yes, they hate on it because it's 1 HP, but this is literally just a close combat, destroy a unit, summon a 2/1 token. Like, that's pretty much what this card is. And if they ever bounce it to your hand, you now get a card back, and you can still use it to attack into your opponent. And one thing I'm going to say, I hope to God that red players do not use Gundam Exia as a reason to go 8 GMs. We're not going to play blue. We're going to play red, and Gundam Exia is going to be our gun tank, right? So it's like GM times 4, GM times 4, replace gun tank with 4 Exias, and then like replace Angsha with like Kshatriya Link, and oh look, we're playing an aggro deck again with like burn, and then we're gonna armor ray rest you and like aggro you down and kill you, basically. Some stupid shit like that. I really do not want that happening, and getting rushed down and all that jazz. Okay, this is the deck. Let's go into the purple version, because I actually haven't looked at the purple. My client has not messaged me, so I might not be coaching him today. I don't think we had a scheduled coaching session today. By the way, guys, if you guys want coaching, I know I say this every single time. You guys are watching this, the 27 of you. Make sure you like and subscribe. I'm sure you guys are already. But if you guys want coaching, reach out to me, right? You guys have seen my testimonials. There'll be more coming. We have all of these, and again, my favorite one, you know, we go up here, we go to my favorite testimonial right here, Arjundari. Okay, this one right here is my favorite one because he's like, he basically says it perfectly, right? And I knew he was gonna make a really good one. Is what separates me from other coaches is my ability to make winners, period. That's literally it. And unlike other coaches who try to merely explain things, Suki makes you the greatest of all time, essentially, right? Now this is Arjundari, a client of mine who basically went pro in League of Legends, could have, and so that's different with him. But again, I don't just teach you, I don't just explain things to you. I'm here to teach you what you need to conquer the game or yourself. I'm trying to make you actually get out of that shell, grow, gain so much knowledge that you're like, oh my god, you opened like my third eye. Okay, I want you to basically become or get onto the same level of thinking that I am, have the same access to what I have. Okay, yes, I like might have invented it by myself. I might have came up with a lot of like formulas and things on my own that no one else on the planet has access to. And when you get coaching by me, I'm giving it to you. Like, this is how you know, understand physics, math, all this stuff, whatever, but in trading card games. And now that you have access to that, you know, you basically have access to a multi-millionaire friend who is giving you, you know, money for your business or something to help you start up your own. But for me, it's trading card games, so you can basically be like, yes, I have some support. I'm going to do that jazz. Same thing with this. I am basically always there for my clients, talk to them, etc. I don't just even coach about trading card games. People think like in the gun community that I am a, you know, trading card game coach, whatever. No, I'm a coach first. I'm literally like, pretend I'm a real life coach. Okay, so I'm going to coach you on not just card games, but also on planning for going to events, how you should be practicing, your demeanor, your mentality, all of these things as well, depending on what your needs are and what I can see happening, and then tell you, etc. while a member. Okay, and then obviously we have our accomplishments here, you know, still getting some dubs, still getting more lock-ons and stuff, you know, winning all these cards. Weltem, multiple. We had a lot of good in GDO 3. We did really good in GDO 3. Lots of lock-ons, lots of new type winner cards, lots of freedoms. You guys can see here we got a bunch of stuff we won as a group, community, you know, doing really well. Like Yardbird went to his first tournament after getting a coaching session and got his lock-on, second place, almost got first, and yeah, all these things. So it's very important. All right, so if you guys want coaching, reach out to me, CoachWing0 on Discord. I think my client has messaged me, so I might have to close the stream here and go do that. Dragon will be an hour or so. Okay, so I still have an hour to keep talking to you guys, and I want to really look into this purple deck here. How are you guys enjoying the stream so far? What do you guys think? Give me a rating out of 100, okay? Don't give me that 1 out of 5, 1 out of 10. I want you guys to type in chat. Let me know how you guys are enjoying the stream and me, and out of 100, so I can know the exact percentage point. And I will appreciate that. Okay, let's go into purple CB. Okay, because purple is what everybody wants. That's what I want. I don't really care about these guys. I want purple CB. Okay, I want purple CB immediately. Trans Am Turbo, baby. So this is the Trans Am Turbo list. This is the CB deck that I was playing for funsies. It did beat Blurple sometimes, mostly off of the back of local determination and decisive last resort coming from shields, basically acting as close combats and battle aces to destroy our opponent's shields, and then obviously having access to a blocker and having access to more blockers in the sense of GN armor type, and then Exia just destroy the board and suppression our opponent. It's kind of how it worked. And then using a new sign to really hyper mill our shields, our cards into the trash. And the entire point of this is that, hey, when turn 7 comes around and we can deploy Exia Trans Am, I want to deploy it with its secondary ability activated already. I do not want to wait till turn 10. So by level 7, by level 8, I really want to deploy him as fast as possible and get his ability to destroy something as fast as possible. And because we're playing this like mid-range beatdown style-ish kind of thing, our opponent generally won't have a base up, or we can make it our goal to destroy our opponent's base while we're generating value. Okay, and that's why we also play all these GMs here to slow down our opponent's early game and so on. I refuse to play Tekkadan Blurple, or not Blurple, but like the whole Mikazuki line with the ping damage, because that package is strong. I know it's strong, and we also need to play as many CB cards as possible for this to work, so there's no room to play other things. I just had the Grace Custom in there because I found it to be useful against aggro in particular, to act as a additional close combat from the ground. But now that we got new CB cards, well, look at this. Your prices are crazy as a coach who has not yet produced a champion. 100% enjoying the discussion. 90%, but I'm napping, to be honest. Well, enjoy your nap. I'm glad you're tuning in. Coach, how come we can only see 8 of your deck lists in EX Burst? I would go onto the website. Why can you guys only see 8 of them? I have no idea. I think that, like, because you see this, right? This is recent activity. So I think what you have to do is, see this, there's a page thing. You have to go through the pages. You have to go cycle through the pages to get through all of my decks. And the newest ones are at the end of it, I guess. So, yeah. I guess. I don't know how this works, but yeah. I guess you have to go through it. And then Johnny, crazy as a coach who has not yet produced a champion. Johnny, I want you to explain to me how on earth you want me to produce a champion in the Gundam trading card game. Can you please explain to me what the path of a champion in Gundam trading card game looks like? Okay? If you're going to coach somebody and you're going to say, hey man, you're going to 100% become a champion in the first 4 sets, not even 4, 3 sets of a trading card game that is a Bandai game, how on earth are they going to become a champion? How many people are champions on this planet? And how did they go about doing it? And how many of those guys, including Ivo Academy and all that, you know, in their videos also said, hey, it came down to matchups and pairings and RNG. It was just random. It came down to chance. You know, so how am I supposed to create a champion in a game that is not chess? Okay? Explain that to us. And also, my prices are not crazy. My prices, for you guys don't know, my prices are, I'm a coach. This is my full-time job. This is not my secondary hobby, side hustle. Okay, this is my full-time job, and my prices, it doesn't show here, but maybe if I click edit profile, no, it will not show it. But basically, my prices that I charge, which is $40 an hour. If I do $40 an hour, right, that is what I charge. If you guys want to find out how much a coach makes, look at this. Average coaching prices. Look at this right here. How much does coaching typically charge? Here you go. So this is a single coaching session. Typically costs anywhere between $100 and $1,000 per hour, depending on the credentials, etc. And some people can charge even more. So now, this is how much a coach should make. I'm charging $40 US when I could be charging $150. And people who do get my coaching have told me that also, like, I have a client who, you know, signed up for 3 months with me. Right out the get-go, after our very first session, he said, my guy, like, I know not everybody has money for coaching, etc., but just what you have told me in these first 2 hours of our first session, this makes up for the $1,000, like, immediately. Okay? Exactly. So, dose, exactly. People charge, coaching is a full-time job, and you're paying for expert advice, okay? You're paying the same money you would pay a professor at school or whatever, and and these are the prices. I also do this full time. I've been doing this for 10 years. Okay, so my prices do not start off at 40 whatever, and some people say you should charge more. I am not charging more right now because not everybody's made of money. I am not made of money. I want to teach you guys. I want to be a teacher, but I don't have a 9-to-5 day job. This is what I do. I want to get the information out. I also make sure that when I coach you or somebody's signing up, I even ask them, hey, what do you want the coaching for? I want to really nail how much time you're going to need to sign up for. I don't want you to sign up for more than you have to. And I'm going to tell you exactly, if you only want to sign up for an hour or two, which of these things can we cover in that amount of hour. Some people want a lot of questions answered. Some people want less. And so I need to be realistic with them. And so, yeah. So here is a typical average salary, okay? Now compare this to mine, and you'll realize that my coaching is 1/3 the price of what a normal session costs. So I am very cheap compared to actual coaches. And yeah. Now I'm not a world champion in Gundam. Nobody really is except for one person. And if that one person wants to do coaching, how much are you willing to pay to learn Blurple from the world champion of Gundam? Are you willing to pay $1,000 per hour? Are you willing to pay $150 per hour? And I'm going to tell you right now, the stuff that he will teach you is not going to be a crazy amount. Yes, one thing I'll tell you, my building formula that I give people, I built that formula when I was 6 years old. Okay, it's a formula that I built when I was 6 years old. It's the same thing of the person who invented the atomic bomb, who invented gravity, invented physics. Okay, you cannot put a price on math. You cannot really put a price on a formula that you can use in multiple trading card games, right? Since I was 6 years old. All of my clients who sign up for a month get the formula, and then they never have to go out and ask somebody else for, hey, what ratios do I adjust? What do I do this? No, I've literally taught you that. You're paying for an AI program essentially, or a book and learning. You're learning something. It's a course. You go to school. So come to my school, my class, right? Pay me whatever amount of money you would pay someone to go learn how to cook food or something, learn a new language, etc. You guys pay $10,000, $40,000, $100,000 for schooling for whatever reason, and you guys can see from my referrals, my testimonials, my accomplishment, my clients' accomplishments, that somebody pays me $100, $500, $1,000, doesn't matter the price. They go when you type in Gundam, you get your money back. You get $1,000 as soon as you win a new type challenge. Whether you win that new type challenge today or in a year, that $1,000 will come back to you, and you will grow as a player significantly. And that is what I offer. Nobody in the history of getting coaching with me for 10 years has ever said, I want a refund or anything. Everybody said, wow, this is so much information. And people who think I'm full of shit or something, I'm literally on here streaming, posting videos, and every single deck list that I posted that was meant to be competitive, and I said it was very good, like Lupus, for example, right? You can go back, check the comment sections of people saying this deck will never work, this deck will never work, and then you also check the comment section saying, hey, I won my new type challenge with Clan with no bases, right? In the chat earlier, still no bases, I won with the deck. Playing Lupus, right? People are like, oh, Lupus will never work, blah, 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 it's too strong. Guess what? We won a regional with Lupus. All the people who did top of regionals did really, really well. And so these decks do work. It's just that there aren't a lot of events in this game. There aren't 5K, 10K tournaments. There aren't winner cases every single month or whatever. So you're only limited to new types, and new types pay out a lot right now, which is very good. But if new types didn't exist, there would be no reason to play Gundam, because the game is not very competitive. The game is not very super fun. Its main pull is that it is Gundam. If you remove the Gundam artwork and the Gundam tag from the game is not going to be sold at all. Thank you for explaining. I'm sorry for the not completely understanding the process and the actual cost. You're not coming as a rude. This is why I asked you the question. I'm not saying I'm not upset. You guys can this is a good thing about me texting in my comment section and me speaking to you on voice, is that I'm not upset at all. When people say this, like, I'm not upset. I'm just like, I want you to explain to me how, because either I'll start doing it, whatever you want, and number two, people just aren't aware of what a coach actually costs. If a company came to me, like Bandai came to me tomorrow, or any game, they're like, hey, we want to sell your coaching product, right? We want to buy it from you and then we want the rights to your coaching formula and your deck building formula for all trading card games, because they build multiple trading card games. I'm going to charge them like $2 million to $200 million, and I'm probably going to lean towards the 200 million at a starting point, because then Bandai will learn the formula that they cannot gain through any other person on the planet. I'm going to break it down to them the same way that they teach you mathematics in school. Okay, so when you sign up with coaching for me, I will teach you the formula, and you will realize that, I learned that when I was 6 years old in a tournament playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I can remember it now, like I was there, and I put in a lot of time and effort into that. In fact, I spent the whole tournament thinking about it, and then by the end of the tournament, I had refined it, understood it, and understood how to, basically learn multiplication by myself. You guys also don't know, if you guys are not listening to my videos often, I did not go graduate high school, college, all that stuff. I learned college level math when I was in the 1st grade. Okay, I was doing college math with my dad. My dad was even shocked that he was trying to teach me, like, math and multiplication, division, and then he's like, dude, every single time I teach you something, you learn it in like the same night. The same night, you acquire the knowledge, you practice it, and then the next day you're good. You know what you're doing for, like, the most part, right? You're good enough to pass the class, and then you just need more reps and get better at it, essentially. But then we eventually went to, like, finding the angles of a triangle, cosine, etc. Then we got into quadrat. Like, we went to the college level math in, like, literally a month. And we got there so quickly that when I went to school, my dad wanted me to be pushed up from grade 1 to as high as we can go, and they said, hey, we're not going to push your child who's in the 1st grade to the 8th grade, because it's going to be weird that he's going to be with all these, like, high-end guys, like older students, right? They're going to bully him, make fun of him. So because of that, my dad said, okay, we won't do that, we'll keep him down, and as he gets older, we'll push him forward. But that never happened, because I had that knowledge. I never used it to get perfect marks, because I found it all irrelevant anyways. And yeah, so schooling for me, like, that's who I am. I'm a special case. I understand that in terms of the normal development of a child or whatever, right? And that's what you guys need to always understand, is I did learn chess before I learned English. I did learn mathematics before I could speak fluent English. I learned English afterwards, and I already learned 3 other languages, right? When I was in the 1st grade, I could speak Arabic, because I went to an Arabic private school in senior kindergarten, whatever. And then I could speak some English, like understand it more so. Then I could speak it at the end of the 1st grade, Urdu, Punjabi. And so then, so basically what I'm trying to say here is, like, my life has been different than your average life, and my formulas and deck building and way of thinking is different than other people, and we're all going to get to the same conclusion of, like, oh, lupus is good, this is good, whatever. It's going to be, how fast do you want that? Do you want the best deck in GDO 3 day 1, or do you want the best deck in GDO 3 at the end of GDO 3, right? That's the thing. Do you want to be playing lupus like my clients were day 1 of GDO 3 and before GDO 3 even came out, or do you guys want to be playing lupus because it won a regional tournament, right? That's the difference of, like, getting coaching or not. You're going to get there so much faster, and you're not going to get there by suggesting a deck list. You're going to get there with all the reasoning information given to you, so of how I got there in the first place, why it works. So if there's any further development in the deck or adjustments, or people talk about it, you'll have the answers present to tell your buddy or whoever's talking to you, discussing it with you, why you think such a way and that's why I'm giving it to you right now. Like, I'm literally telling you why and where my ideas could be flawed or not. You guys can argue against that, etc. So yeah, don't worry about being rude. It does not affect me. Being a very competitive person and my growing up, my tolerance is through the roof. I'm a coach. I deal with kids, children, adults. I've literally, I used to play Destiny 2. I've taken a group of blind, well, not blind, but a group of deaf, mute people through the raids, and that was my job. So, and I was really good at doing it. So teaching is my job, whether you are mute, deaf, disability, are a little bit slower than other people, are very quick, etc. I'm a teacher. So there you go. Okay, now let's go back to purple. Hopefully that was enjoyable for you guys to listen to there. Let's go to building this new CB deck here. I really want to play purple CB because I think purple CB is where CB should be, because obviously that's where Setsuna is, who is the main protagonist, I guess, of the series. I have not seen the series, but yeah, my brother's a fan of it. Okay, so we're going to obviously start the deck off with 4 Transams. We're then going to start the deck off with 4 GN armor types because it's doing really, really well. So unfortunately, we're going to skip this card. We're going to skip Virtue. Well, we might play Virtue because, again, it's a 5-3, 5-4 stat line, which is really good. We're going to put Exia into the deck because Exia mills his cards and draws his cards. Then we are going to play the Rizal to just have some sort of beatdown, make our opponent answer us, or trade it into like their Lifrits and stuff. And then let's look at some of these new cards. So I really like Gun of Virtue. Support 2 is irrelevant pretty much, but what I do like is that, it kills something that is level 5 or higher. And sometimes when you get this off, as you guys are playing CB, it is a useful card to get off, and it feels good. This card, the new one, I don't know, man. Like, it's too high level. It's okay. I wish it was like a 4-6 or something. 2-6, way too small. A GN armor type. Deploy. Choose one enemy unit level 1 or lower, or has 1 or less AP. Destroy it. So, this card is the red version of the deal 2 damage to a token, and because tokens are going to be relevant in the game, this is relevant. So let's put 4 of these into the deck immediately as a testing piece, because this is going to be good. And I know not everything is level 1, okay, but just pretend that this thing reads destroy units, destroy a token. So just destroy a token. If your opponent for some reason plays the 1 AP CB red card, forgetting its name, but the one with first strike, you can destroy it. That's just a extreme case scenario and the best one, but you can destroy it. Now, one other way we can actually utilize this is going into Zahart, the best pilot, as you guys know, who have been following me since I made the YouTube channel, right? Zahart is the best purple pilot pretty much because purple likes to mill. So any mill strategy, Zahart is great, and having the 2 stat line is the best stat line we can get for a pilot right now. So we're adding 4 Zaharts. Once we add in the 4 Zaharts, guess what happens? If you mill a Zahart, with a Zahart, we can reduce our opponent's AP. If we reduce our opponent's AP, we can destroy it with GN armor type E. Rare case scenario again, but hey, it's there. Again, if we play 4 copies of this, we will be milling some of these into the trash, so we don't actually play 4 copies. We're playing 4 copies just so we can at least have like 1 per game. We're going to play the blocker one because this card is basically our Rick Diaz / Lifrith. It's a CB card, so we have to play it because we need CB cards in the trash for Exia. We're going to be playing the base as well, and the reason why we're playing the base is obviously to stay alive, but on top of this, it's a CB card, and milling it also counts for the Gundam Exia ability, where it just specifies cards, not unit cards, so it works. So we're playing 4 copies of that. This card is sometimes useful. We've all kind of play tested it, in the Star Deck event or anything else. And when it comes up nice. And if Char is going to see a lot more play, guess what? Char Link is not killing this card. We're playing 4-0 Gundams, mostly to trash it but again, it's that early close combat. Instead of playing it from our hand to deal it to as an action, we can just swing it into our opponent on the following turn. And then again, it funnels our CB trash. Okay. This card, we don't need to play it because there's no need to. We're not trying to just kill GMs. Yeah, don't need to play that card at the moment. We might need to play it just for bodies, and CB trait, but yeah. This is the card that I find in the starter deck. There's two cards that were very, very unique and very nice. It was going to be Armed Intervention and Gun of Virtue. These are the two cards, and they're trying to synergize together. The issue is that this is high cost. It only destroys level 5 or lower if you have a CB pilot in play, right? So you need to have multiple things going on, and then you also need to have this card to make sure that their Ail Strike swings into the Virtue and destroys himself. Is the whole combo here. It's hard to pull off, which is why they gave this thing support. And then you want to play like the Erde pilot, so you can also draw a card, which is another CB card going to the trash, so you can follow the trash quicker and then draw cards to keep your hand filled up. Armed Intervention is draw one card, choose one rest friendly CB unit, change the attack target of battling enemy unit into it. Now, one of the best things about this card is that its burst ability is a draw one. So I'm happy to see this card being played. Is also a nice way for us to make sure that XCS sticks around and force them to attack into any of our other rested units instead. Will we play it? I have no idea. I wish command cards had the CB trait or something. Maybe we'll get them down the line. But going by the design philosophy, we'll probably never ever get command cards to have traits on them. So let's put 4 of these into the deck just so we can have more CB. Now we're going to go to red. We're not playing green because we already tried green in GDO 3 with the starter deck and stuff. It doesn't work. We're going into red because red has new options. So the best thing about red is obviously this card. It's our close combat and kills the opponent's early game units. Great, perfect. If we don't need it, it just goes straight to the trash from all of our other cards. So it's fine. We don't want to play Gun of Virtue. Now, it's another sad reality where we could play this, and it basically is a GM. Having 1 HP is irrelevant. It's just a GM card we can spam out and try to aggro our opponent down. We are not going to do that because we are not rush lunatics. Nina Trinity, no need to play this card. 0-3 HP is cool for what it is, but I don't think we really need to play it. I mean, it would be cool on a Virtue, I'm not gonna lie. Like, having a 6 HP blocker is ridiculous, so that is a place we can play it, but we'll come back to this if we need to. Also, like, you could put on Lifrits and stuff like that, making it something really, really tanky. Also, if you're playing like a red-white deck, you can play this just to put it on to an Ail Strike, make the Ail Strike a 4/7, right? So I'm not saying there's not places to play this card, but I'm saying I understand them, but I'm choosing not to play this right now. Okay, let's look at these weird ones. It seems like this Trinity CB stuff wants to work with the super block stuff, which is own thing, which brings me back to the question somebody asked. Sorry about forgetting to answer it. Let's go back and reread these questions. Where is it? Levexia. Game really needs more pilots on Amuro and Kira level, so splashableness, yes. We'll get those eventually, hopefully. And honestly, Kira without Ail Strike is just Sword Strike, and Amuro without level 4 Gundam is just Amuro. It's most of a combination of multiple things that are leading to it, along with the colors they have. I think they actually want to replace gun tank because of the level restriction. No, I agree with you. I'm just Aaron, I'm mostly saying like I hope that people don't start playing that style of deck and using red as a gun tank option, especially into like other aggro decks and popping them off. The decks discussion streams are really cool. Thank you, Teapot. Your prior any union? Okay, so Pro, you asked about, is there any hope for Union Flag bounce deck, or am I reaching? Yes, there is hope for Union Flag bounce deck. Well, we know there's hope 100% because obviously people were playing the Union Flag Char deck in GDO 3 and winning their locals, sometimes winning a new type, winning games at least. So there's hope. The new white card does make it a lot easier to bounce multiple blockers and keep going. There's new support. I personally have not looked into it in GDO 4 yet because it's on the back burner. So somebody who's really interested into that, I always leave it up to, hey, I'm those people in the community who really enjoy CB, who really enjoy these things. They can do it first, and that takes away a lot of work for me while I work on other things. Same thing in the whole Tekkadan Lupus thing. Because the community had a disappointed, sad look on Lupus, is why I chimed in on it and said, no, you guys need to reconfigure your minds. And then the Discord community was very, very happy when I uploaded the video and told them about it. And they all like started believing and playing in, like, well, like, holy crap, this is actually really good. You need to try it. Why did we not think of this, etc. A little insight into how I go into like testing and stuff. As a coach, I like to do the due diligence of, obviously I can't cover 1000% of everything, but I like to do the due diligence of, hey, I am playtesting Academy. I'm going to playtest as many variations of Academy as I can, okay? Which includes Wing Zero, which includes Ultron, which includes Soletta, no Soletta, which includes like Kshatriya, like all these other variations. Like we want to combine it with as many archetypes to try and find the best one. Obviously for some archetypes that just can't get to it, and decks that are like 6 out of 10, just like average, you know, casual decks, whatever. Unfortunately, the amount of time it would take to get to like what the best build is, it takes so long because there might never be a best build. You're just kind of digging for nothing. Is sad. So I kind of just be like, okay, I need to move on to other things because for me, I have to play test so many other decks that things like Vagon and other stuff might get left on the back burner. And if I randomly get sick, which is what happened with my Vagon deck list, I never actually went and got to it, and then other people like kind of caught on a little bit, and so I said, okay, I don't have time. I gotta keep moving forward and progressing. All right, let's go into purple stuff again. So this card, not playing it. We're not trying to attack into damaged units. Hyros, 4 copies of this to gain value in first strike, 100%. This card is gonna draw us. Where's the pilot? There he is. 4 copies of this, of course, because this is the best pilot we have. And we're not playing Lock-On anymore. And then Setsuna. Man, we have to play Setsuna in the deck. Because he links with all these guys. So unfortunately, we have to play Setsuna. Now, one of the things I'm going to tell you guys again, right, going back to the whole, hey, we're playing 12 pilots. Is this a break? No. On average, we're going to have 4 pilots at the top of our deck. We're going to have 4 pilots in the middle of our deck. And we're going to have 4 pilots at the bottom of our deck. That is the average distribution of our pilots. So realistically, if the game is only going to be the first 15 cards of our deck, we're only going to see 4 pilots. Now, these things can shift around. Yes, I understand that. But also, we have our shields. So once we draw our first hand, we see that we only have 2 pilots. If the other 2 pilots are at the top of our deck, or our top is heavy in pilots, some of them are going to go into our shields, and they'll just be given to us as free cards. Some people say, oh man, I only have 3 pilots, that's all I had.
Well, out of the 3 pilots you had in your hand that you bricked on, 2 of them came from your shields, so they were free cards. You didn't really brick on pilots. You just drew 1. Oceans, hey buddy, how's it going, man? Hopefully everything's going well with your bills and stuff, and hopefully you got some dubs and new types. Let me know how those events went. ACB going to be competitive after this new stuff is out for it. Well, I would start playtesting it now. I am going to start playtesting this week. I'm gonna say that I'll probably start playtesting it tonight. Oh, if I fall asleep tonight, then no. But if I'm up late, I'll be playtesting it today. Okay, so if it is good enough, I'm gonna keep playtesting it, and you'll see a video in the next day or 2, as long as I can get a thumbnail for it. Is the deck competitive enough? I think it's competitive enough to actually go take your tournaments, and it's the same level as clan, I would say, just by me saying it. So you can 100% expect to see it at tournaments. You can 100% expect to see, like, I do need to think about what the deck has and how to play and beat it. It's you know, people lose to clan all the time. People lose to some academy decks randomly now with Zaft stuff, but these are like more on the clan level, where clan level is a real competitor. Whether it's a tier 2 deck or not, it's still a threat to you, especially in the best of 1, where if you are not on the best deck and you're also on a tier 2 deck, it's going to be a battle. And with the new inclusion of Gundam Exia, you might actually be able to survive against aggro in particular. So yes, I think it is going to be viable. How viable, I don't know yet. I have not playtested it, but it's looking good. That's all I can say. Your Minerva Zombies deck was really fun to play. Thank you, Harry. It was fun. And it is actually a fun deck. And with the new support we got, you guys will have more fun with it once you include the new Sword Strike. Because then you won't be like, oh man, I never found a Sword Strike. Now you have access to 2 Sword Strikes. And again, it's giving you the ability to tap your opponent's units. So when you both are trying to go wide, you can interact with them and trade and control the game. You're very good at controlling the game, playing at your own pace. And then moving forward, I was hoping for like 1 or 2 more Minerva Squad cards. Unfortunately, we did not get 1 or 2 more Minerva Squad cards. If we got 1 more card that played from trash or something, it'd be sick. Yeah, any update on Minerva Zombies? Update? No update. Let me save this deck and go back and show you what the deck is. My decks real quick. Minerva Zombies, here it is. Minerva Zombies, Impulse Gundam, right? This is the deck list, and this is the new Sword Impulse Gundam you need to be playing. The deck becomes significantly better with the Impulse Gundam, because now you have basically twice as much interaction with your opponent's board. You can attack into them, and I'm still on 2 Battle Aces, but again, here we have the Gundam XCS sideboard card, so yeah, it's here. I haven't playtested this yet because it was a very minor. I was already playtesting this in the first place. Everything was pretty solid. With the inclusion of Exia, it might give us the boost that we need to combat aggro just a bit more. When I was playtesting against aggro, not Blurple too much, but 1 Year War and stuff like that, I was able to at least keep up with them, and it did feel like it was a game. Whether we're going to be able to go above that and put it in towards our favor or not is still up in the air. It just depends on how good Exia is going to be. And then Damage Control is a new card I haven't play tested yet. But I put it in there because this could be good. It could save us 1 more HP, 1 more shield from shield because it has a burst ability. And that's why it's there essentially. This base is mandatory, so yeah. You can, if you want to 100% build it to beat aggro, maybe swap out these 4 cards and put in the Exia. Okay, maybe I'll do that right now. Put these 4 into the deck. Man, can they add us drag drag. Exia. Okay, let's play 4 of these in the deck. We can also bring this card back to life with Awakened Power. So now we have access to Awakened Power, Close Combat, kill something on top of the Sword Impulse Gundam. Yeah. But we're starting with 4 here. Actually, let's start with 4 here just so we can guarantee playtest it, right? All for playtesting reasons, we're going to play 4 copies of this. If you guys want to up the amount of Force Impulse or Destiny Gundams, go ahead. This guy's very good with Ray, so that's pretty much the deck list there. Now let me go back to the CB here and get back to my questions. Sick, I love CB. My little bro plays it against my blue-purple build, but currently it's weak deck, unfortunately. Yeah, Oceans. My brother also is on CB, so that's why I'll be definitely playtesting CB, and I have access to the starter deck at least because he bought it. Yeah. Ooh, how long has the stream been going on for? I have no idea, but it's going good. Let's continue to fish out this deck. What can we do with this deck, guys? What more can we do with the deck? Color purple, red. Mostly just need red. BB. Alright. So, Gundam Thorn, it's got to go in the deck because we need to clear the board. Let's add 3 of those. Some of those. Don't need this card. Don't need any of these. Gundam Dynamis to beat aggro is a viable thing. How are we going to fit it? How are we going to fit it? I guess we have to remove this blocker, but the blocker has been quite useful. It's been quite useful. I guess we already have this. Do we really need the blocker? That's the question. Do we really need the blocker? Is this going to be a red deck in particular and not playing all these blockers? Maybe it is. Maybe we play not the O Gundam because we want Exia instead. Let's remove this guy. We don't need him. He was useless anyways. Let's remove the windowless for now because we have the blocker. The blocker's better. We can't pick everything. Exia needs to be at 4 because we want to mill with Zahart as much as possible. And then 1 card. 3 of those is fine. The blocker is more valuable to us. Whole deck is CB. We're not using any of the Trinity cards because we don't care about them. Yeah, do we want to play Gundam Dynamis? We're not playing Lock-On, but this is a close combat later into the game. Essentially, it's do we play Exia or do we play Dynamis? If we play Exia, we want to mill. We're definitely going to keep the mill. I really enjoy the mill and the fact that we're trying to get Transam online as fast as possible. In this deck, realistically, it's the second Transam that gets the ability off, not the first one. So you really are throwing the first one away. Or playing the first one and then link the second one on the next turn, and that usually gets you to activate the ability. Sorry if you covered this. Ray is of course good, but would playing something like ×4 Atherin, 1 through Aegis MA mode, and 2 Survivor not help the aggro matchup and maneuver a lot? So I already playtested that. It helps, but you still get destroyed. And I lost 7 games in a row. And every single one of the games, I activated Savory Gundam's ability on curve. So by level 5 or 6, I was playing Savory Gundam with the Atherin link, destroying all my opponent's units, and it didn't matter. Because if you play Wing, you'll know that the first Wing 0, all that does is equalize the game, or barely tries to catch you up. Your opponent then proceeds to play a bunch of more units, or use Corsigas or tokens or whatever and build a bunch of value. Then you better have a second Wing 0, aka a second Savory Gundam, which even if you have a second Savory Gundam, that means they'll still draw a card and then they'll go, okay, play a dude, and you're probably low at this point. You don't have any other ways to actually deal with their board of going wide. And that's the thing. The best way to beat aggro is to stop them in their tracks from turn, like, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. As fast as you can, stop them from killing you. And so that is that. And obviously people see if the Savior Gundam, Aegis Gundam math and stuff worked already. People would have already been winning new types and doing really well with it. Unfortunately, it's just not good enough. The card value that aggro has is ridiculous. They're getting like plus, they have a full board and a full hand. It's ridiculous. You kill Sharazaku 2s, they draw like 2 more cards off of it. They play a Corsica token, they get 2 tokens. Neo Zeong is coming out, that generates some 3 tokens. It's just crazy. So the board wipe is important, but it doesn't get you there. Play tested it, tried it. Was not good enough. Even versus slow starts. We always run out of cards before they do, which is stupid. Okay, do we play this card? Do we play Trinity Worship? Trinity Worship is not bad. I'm gonna be honest, and the reason for that is because there's gonna be tokens in the game, right? If there's tokens in the game a lot, then this is something that we can activate every single turn. And this is why I like this card, is because it's not deploy, ping 1. It's no, every single turn we can ping tokens off the map over and over and over again. Get into this very like troll style. But now the question is, what else do we need? Maybe we don't need as many GN armor types or as many bases. Let's reduce the purple base lower, although I like playing it early just to draw a card. We already have all these early game cards. We maybe don't need as many of these. We'll play this card instead, and then you know what? We'll play 4 of those in one of these. We're actually going to play 1 Trinity Worship just for the cool tactical value. And then we'll reduce the armor type by 1. Since we already have multiple ways to kill all these tokens, we'll play 1 less of this just to keep our unit count up and filling up the trash with CB cards, but utilizing it as a 2-cost card that we want to flood the body with a bunch of bodies at once, which is nice. And then if we play against a token deck, it's an additional way of dealing with tokens, or whatever the hell a level 1 unit is. I don't know why it's level 1 unit, but sure. Yeah, we'll play 1 copy of this card. That is, maybe I wanted to, yeah, I think that's the deck. That is the deck for now. Okay, actually, there's one thing I want to talk about with this deck. We cannot play, we don't want to play the purple card that exiles the purple command, Decisive Last Resort. We do not want to play the Decisive Last Resort card because we need CV cards in the trash. Including 1 or 2 is completely viable if we need to really destroy like the O on the turn it's played or something. So if the O is giving us a really, really hard time or something, we can put in Decisive Last Resort, help us out with that. And if we are trying to destroy early game cards, Local Determination is good. We do not get to mill as fast as we want, so we're not going to get to that level 10 immediately unless we play purple white and start milling rapidly. Whenever CB purple gets support and we finally get cards and bases and stuff that mill a lot of cards from our deck, we'll be able to utilize this card aggressively. And in the turbo white version that I had, you can actually activate this on turn 4 or 5 and destroy a Gundam, which has happened multiple times. And if you're playing Vultures or any deck that actually wants to mill 24/7, then this becomes a lot more relevant. Do we play the base any specific way, like playing it after a board clear or anything? Every time I feel it doesn't matter. So when you're playing this base, you need to know if you have a blocker on the board or whatnot. Now, if they destroy the base, it's okay because it's a CB card going to trash, so it's going to fuel the Gundam Exia. If you're going to hold on to the base, it's because you don't want the armor link and take out the base and all that jazz. It's very in the situation and what you think your opponent has or doesn't have. Don't hold back on playing the base. Just play the base early on. Make your base's HP 5. Play blockers. Get extra cards into your hand so you can utilize what you need, like more Exias. You can play your turns better. Maybe you draw another base and you're worrying about playing it this whole time and you didn't need to. If you were going to hold on to the base, I would be advising to hold on to it if we played less bases in the deck. So if you want to make space in the deck for other cards, reducing the amount of bases to like 2 or 3 bases is when I would consider holding on to it. Also, obviously the most default fundamental thing of if you think you can slow your opponent down enough that you can play your base after all of your shields are gone, then you'll have an extra HP, right? So that is obviously really relevant. Yeah, if you're playing against purple with Mikazuki, I guess you're playing against blue-purple, they have multiple ways of getting to destroy this. But against purple, first form is level 3. So first form Link will not destroy this. They have to have Amuro to kill it. So against purple, Blurple, it actually is a lot more useful. While against One Year War, Char Link does not destroy it. So yeah, there are taking 1 extra hit is not bad overall. Especially if you take a hit, you get a CB card to trash, you're fine. Maybe you get a pilot. But most of the time, just play it out. Don't worry about it. You know, let your opponent worry about that they don't have a Link in their hand more than you having it or not. And then also be aware of if your opponent mulliganed or not. If your opponent did not mulligan, that probably means that they have a very good hand. If your opponent did mulligan, that probably means that they put pilots and Gundams back to the bottom of their deck because they want to go find their low cost cards, which means that they might not actually have a Link or a pilot on curve. And then the base will get more value. The base also works really well with Armed Intervention. Unfortunately, we're not playing Armed Intervention. If you wanted to play Armed Intervention, you could drop the base down, or maybe drop like 1 Exia down, and you know, or it's a heart down, whatever cards you wanted to reduce to put in 2 Armed Interventions to draw a card, but also be able to protect the base by making Amuro swing into one of your other cards. That's how I'll be utilizing it. Is use Armed Intervention, save the base. Now the base is perfectly fine. Okay, and then obviously using blockers to keep it going. Otherwise the base just dies, and a lot of aggro players want to go wide anyways, so if they go wide, they're gonna kill the base in 1 swing most of the time. Okay, I think this is the deck list. I'll be playtesting CB today, so we'll see how it goes, and I'll get back to you guys soon. Let's see what my client is saying. Yeah, that works, or we can do it later. I have nothing planned for the rest of the night. It's Thursday. Alright. Reschedule that. Alright, is anybody awake to play any games? Well, maybe not games right now. Maybe I should build my deck. Keep the stream up. Or I should close the stream. Not sure. This is a Gundam Trans Am deck with red. Red, purple. Save deck. Okay. Yes. My decks. Do we need to delete any of these decks? This is the newest one. That's that one. This is the CB deck that I need to try out. Vulture Madness. I can basically delete all of these.
because we'll build them later if we need to. I don't want them to be taking up slots or anything like that. G Fred also got upgraded. How do we gain access to your training program? Johnny, if you want to sign up, just message me at CoachSK. I will. That is my Discord. I currently have openings in my bookings, so I'm 100% able to take you on. I highly recommend the monthly session. I understand that it's 350 plus tax, but in the monthly session, if you guys were listening, will get 8 hours of coaching with me. There is a follow-up call every single week for 50 minutes, which basically you get total of 9 hours of coaching in the monthly coaching session with me. While we're on the monthly, you also get access to me playtesting your decks and keeping you up to date on anything that I'm doing or questions or adjustments, etc. Right? And if you only pick up an hour or two, we kind of like do the session, that's it. But if you are actually a monthly client, you can basically, while you're at work, while you're working, you can tell me, hey, I have this idea, what do you think? And I'll be like, hey, I'll go playtest that for you like right now. So literally by the time your lunch break comes, or within an hour, you get an immediate reply of, hey, I playtested it, this is what I thought, or this is what I thought was going to happen, and this is how I would make the adjustments in your deck. So you don't have to do all that work. You don't have to be like, I'm gonna go home, playtest this, figure it out, make adjustments for my tournament. I can do that for you while you're at work or driving home or whatever. And then on top of that, you can join my Discord. My Discord is only for clients, so that everybody's has learned through me, and so that makes it a lot better. So I'll invite you to my Discord once you're a client, and so on. I'm new to playing cards IRL and went to locals today and went 1-3. I was using Minerva / Zaft Purple Red. Any tips for a new player? Yes. Let me pull out my Minerva proxy deck. Okay, now apologize. I don't actually have access to the new deck from Minerva Squad because it's going for $100 in my country, which is Canada. And I don't really want to pay $90 plus tax, which is like about $110, $120 Canadian, which is ridiculous. That's more than what a person makes at McDonald's every single day. So I cannot afford to get the Minerva Squad cards, but for testing purposes, I had the Minerva deck. Let me make this full screen here. So in terms of Minerva Squad, the number one tip I would give you is to play your... Okay, now pretend that these are all Minerva Squad cards. The number one tip I would give you is to just play out your base in the first turn. So if I shuffle this deck completely, let's just do this. This is almost like a live video here. If I shuffle my Minerva Zombies deck here, okay, we're playing it. Outside of matchups, you really want to understand whether attacking into blue or red or whatever is worth it or not. And just understand in Bandai games, catch-up mechanics. So every time you attack your opponent's shield, understand that if you do attack their shields, there might be a pilot or a burst command card that will give them an advantage or help them catch up in the game. And if they're catching up in the game, then you're not going to be able to catch up until they start attacking your shields, which, yeah, you don't want to help them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is my Minerva deck. Okay, so we have 2 Sword Impulse Gundams, the 4-2s that destroy a unit when they're sent to the trash. We have a Blitz Gundam First Strike. I'm just using this as a proxy. We have the 4-3 Phantom Zaku from the new set. And then this is a card that I'm forgetting all of a sudden. This is my Awakened Power Revive a card. Okay, so this is a hand that you do not want to keep, so we will mulligan this hand. Aha, there we go. This is our Impulse 3-3, the LR that pay 2, put it to the bottom, get a card.
That's our level 5 4 cost Force Impulse. That's our blocker Blast Impulse. Okay, now maybe this deck isn't shuffled enough, whatever. The unfortunate thing is we've gotten 3 of these and 1 of this. So this will happen in breaking, okay? But the main thing that we want to do is not worry about this stuff. Level 5 comes pretty quick in Gundam, so we're gonna get to level 5 pretty quick. And it's a blocker, so we don't have to worry about like, oh, it's too slow. It's gonna get to do its job on the turn it's played by blocking our opponent. We shuffle our deck. We go here. We put a bunch of shields down. Okay. Now, first thing when you're playing a purple deck that utilizes the trash is you need to understand that you want to take hits into the trash. Okay, you want to take hits. Why? Because every time you take a hit, you can put a Minerva squad card into the trash, which funnels your whole strategy and gives you more options of what to bring back and what not. And then also gives you pilots and stuff. So taking hits, if you don't have the card that you need in the trash, is a good way to do it. Number 2, the best thing for us to do is to play Sugai's Gelgoog, which is not Sugai's. It's going to be our Force Impulse Gundam for 2, right? So we obviously at turn 1 we draw a card, then we draw a card. Now, ideally, here's what's going to happen, okay? Ideally, let me just give this card to my hand. Okay, ideally what we want is to play out the base as soon as we can. The reason why we want to play the base as soon as we can in Minerva Zombies is because we want to try and dig to the Sword Impulse Gundam as fast as possible. Okay, because Impulse Gundam is going to come out and we want to make sure that we can get the ability off. So we're not struggling to play it. And if our opponent sees a Sword Impulse Gundam, so let's say we play this card, it removes the top 2 cards of our deck. It's not going to be there, but let me just go find one. And so, as soon as the Sword Impulse Gundam is in our trash, because we play the base, we get to mill this. Okay. Now our opponent is going to be scared of playing their level 3 or lower units. So their Rozelles, their GMs and stuff, maybe their own Impulse Gundam, because if they do play their Impulse Gundam, we can play ours, bounce ours, summon this, destroy theirs, and gain value, etc. If they play a Lifrit, they might be scared seeing that this is in the trash, and then understanding that we have access to blowing up the board at any point. So the main thing is to find the Impulse Gundam. And one thing I'll suggest to you guys, if you guys don't know what color of deck you're playing into, do not play the Impulse Gundam on turn 3. Okay, a lot of you guys, what you guys will do is you'll go second, as you should in Gundam. So always go second if you're new to the game and playing cards in real life. Always go second in Gundam. It's the best to do. Then do not deploy the Impulse Gundam, okay, on curve. And the reason why you're not going to deploy the Impulse Gundam is because as soon as you do it, your opponent will close combat or kill it, and you don't know if your opponent has that card. If they're playing Amuro, they'll arrest it and kill it, because this is a high priority target to get rid of. So don't let it die for free. What you actually want to do with the Force Impulse Gundam, or sorry, the Impulse Gundam, is use it as a command card. Pay 2 to play it, and then pay 2 immediately to put it to the bottom of the deck and activate it to summon the 4/2 or the 5 or the blocker, etc. So utilize this card like that. In the mid game, where you think that it's safe to play this, or your opponent doesn't have access to like burn spells and stuff, then you can put it out there and leave it out there. Okay, then you're okay. But when this thing dies, you really struggle. Next up is, this is why I played the Gundam Haji Baroshi, is because instead of that card we can play this. It's the same level 3/2 cost, and now if we play this after the base, it's a perfect curve. It now is a blocker, so we can keep our base around. We can block, slowing down our aggro player, almost acting as a Rick Diaz or Lifrith for us. And that will give us time to get to turn 4, which turn 4, our best play at turn 4 is going to be our Phantom Zaku. Okay, now whether you play Phantom Zaku or not is besides the point. It also allows us to get to if we have Sword Strike in our hand and not in our trash, we can play the Sword Strike, and then we can go, okay, Sword Strike is on the board. Now we are going to attack into our opponent when they attack into us, and let it die. And then on the next turn when they deploy an active unit, we'll use the Impulse Gundam to bounce it to the bottom, summon it back, and destroy another unit and have a good time. Okay, then later on to the game, once you get to turn 5, you start playing your blockers, and once you play the blockers out, they're there to stall the game out, and what, it's a zombie deck. The reason why it's a, we bring back cards from the trash. The way that this deck works is not by being aggressive at attacking your opponent, it's a war of attrition. Okay, you are trying to win the game by outvaluing your opponent, so you need to gain more value from your opponent by gaining pluses, and pluses is like, I play a card, I kill your card, I went +1 because I gain a card on you without losing a card. And so you want to get as many pluses as possible, build up that card advantage against your opponent, then swing at their shields, forcing them to answer your cards, and then they'll have to lose their units by trading into you. And then you'll keep reoccurring to whatever you need, right? You play you take a blocker, you trade. Then again, if we need to be very defensive because our shields are very low, right? All of our bases are gone, our shields are low. We're like, oh man, if we don't want to die right now, let's play the Impulse Gundam, put it to the trash. The early game is over. We don't need to play Sword Strike to kill something small. So what we're going to do is pull out the blocker instead. And once we pull out the blocker, now we can basically stall the game even longer until we find our later cards. And if they're playing a deck that has links that only have 5 HP, this is good enough to kill almost anything in the game that is not linked. And if it is linked, purple and red cards are very prone to being destroyed, or level 5 linked units like Kira Ailstrike. Okay, and then after that, eventually in the late game, Shin. Okay, the only thing you need to know about Sheen, whatever you pronounce him, is that his main purpose in the deck is not to go with your other units, although you can link him with anything. The only reason you want Shin in the deck, you only need one in your hand, is to link with your Destiny Gundam coming out in GTO 4. Because Destiny Gundam is strongest when you link attack and then you special summon your 2-cost Impulse or Sword Impulse Gundam to destroy your opponent's unit. That is going to generate you a lot of value. And that's what you're trying to do. Yeah. When I make a video about it again, or if you actually go back and watch I have a video already on the Minerva Zombies deck. You can go on my channel and view it. I talk about all of this on that as well. But those are the tips I would give. Okay, do not use Impulse Gundam just willy-nilly and deploy it, and try to get to the 4-2 to your trash as fast as possible, and understand that some better players who have played into this deck a few times will understand to not block the 4-2 and to not attack the 4-2, because as soon as it's in the trash, it's now a live bomb that's going to come out and destroy your opponent's units. And so they rather just let it take shields out rather than destroy their board. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Hopefully that was learned something new or picked up on a few tips there. Yeah. And then the level 5, it also brings a card back from your trash to your hand, which you most of the time are going to grab the blocker. The blocker is kind of your right, it's either kill a small guy or block a big guy is kind of how you go. Those are your two options. And then the new Sword Impulse Gundam, that is the 3-3, he is going to rest your opponent, allowing your standing units to attack into your opponent to build up more value, because you'll win in the long run. So you really are trying to just stall the game out. Alright, let's put this fake deck away. Thank you. I think from thinking back to the games today, I was a bit rash with how I played. That's fine. You're new to playing in real life, and it's just locals. and it's a new deck. You also don't have access to all of the cards that you will have access to in about 2 weeks. 2 weeks, in 12 days, I think. Okay, let me put whatever else is away. Alright guys, what should I do? It's 8 o'clock. I have 50 minutes before I have to coach, I think, or something. I didn't even finish my drinks. I need to drink them. Yeah, especially in the tournament, it might be more stressful for you, as you might not be used to it overall. While for me, like we were here earlier, I've been experiencing, you know, stress is very easy for me to deal with. In fact, like I'm super calm always because I've had to deal with so many more problems than anyone else, right? Johnny, look forward to working with you in the near future. Yeah, Johnny, add me on Discord, you know, send a friend request, and then message me about when you think you're going to get coaching, and if you want to sign up for the month, etc. Coaches joined the stream. What do you think of the latest regional decks? So the latest regional decks, I don't have much to say about Blurple. We all know about Blurple, so that gets rid of 5 of them. The Freedom Blockers deck, right? If you guys are living in my ecosystem, I to this day still tell people that blue-white is very strong, right? Now I personally am not going to play Blurple or like Weenie Rush. I will play Zeong aggro, I'll play other aggro decks like Atherin, etc. But I will not play Weenie Rush. But in terms of blockers, again, I'm not going to play 50 blockers ever, for the most part, right? But again, just spamming out blockers is going to do well, because if your opponent does not kill you, then you will essentially just win. I don't know what their pairings were. I don't know how close the games were. But it's one of those decks. It's the polar opposite of Weenie Rush, right? It's, I'm not going to kill you in 5 turns, but if you don't kill me in like 5 turns or 8 turns, let's just say, you will lose the game. And I do think that in GDO 2, GDO 3, people were prepping and ready for the mirror match against very, very heavy blocker decks. While right now, they're more in tuned with trying to defeat, like the mirror match for them is the O deck. It's not really maximum blockers. In Ailswick and Kira and stuff. So if people start playing Freedom Blockers very heavily because of it, then they're going to have to understand that, you know, the O decks, like my O deck will destroy it pretty much because I have 4 O's, 4 unicorns, draw power, big boys, and not just lift width and stuff. But the 8th place deck, so anyways, Freedom Blockers is still a good deck if you're just trying to win. It's basically the same way as going with Blurple or Aggro. Pick your poison. Both of them are very lame. Both of them are very, very easy. And yeah. And again, this was in Australia, right? It was in Sydney. It was in Australia. So Australia, I believe the event was 297 players. So most other regionals, I believe, are like around 400 or 500. And Australia is limited to whoever lives in Australia. Which means you're not going to have the same level of competition. And in other games like Warhammer or Yu-Gi-Oh as well, it's almost like, you know, it's the Hawaii tournament. It's the Australian tournament. It's not going to have the same pool of people to pull from, or the bigger tournament where people are, the best players in America are going to it. It's like if a tournament exists in the UAE or in New Zealand, it's only whoever lives there. It's not the whole world that's included. While people from Europe or America might fly to each other and have like a large amount of people playing. So I think you do have to take Australian regionals with a little bit of, like, I guess, salt or whatever you want to call it, that this might not be the true meta game. This is just what Australia is playing. Same thing with, like, I guess Europe, where you saw some, okay, like, you know, the O deck did okay, whatever. But again, they might be more blocker heavy than aggro. That's kind of it. Also pairings. So yeah, the 8th place deck is just a burn deck. I still think red-white is one of the best decks in the game. If a lot more people played red-white, like what happens when 50% of regionals is red-white? That's what we should be asking ourselves. What happens when half the deck is red-white and a purple or an aggro deck has to play against not 1, not 2, but like 3 aggro decks or 4 aggro decks before top cut? Can they beat 4 blue red-white decks before top cut, right? It's something we have to ask ourselves. Can we beat aggro not once, not twice, but 4 times in a row? That's really where the problem comes up. And also in regionals, the Epion list that did well or won, etc., right? These lists, or Lupus lists, I mean, they lost. They went 7-2. They lost, and then they made top cut. So you have to understand also that when the people lose, yes, I mean like red velvet, red white, red velvet, yeah, basically. So when you go to a new type, you lose one game, you're not going to win it. You don't have a chance to win it. When you go to regionals, if you lose 1 or 2 games, you can still make top cut, and then you're essentially playing a second tournament of top 32 to top 16. Then if you win like 1 game, you're top 16. If you win 2 games of that new tournament, you're in the top 8. And then people will be like, oh my god, he made top 8. It's like, you know, he made top 8, but realistically he went 7-2. So you should understand that he went 7-2 first, was the worst player of the whole tournament, won 2 games, and then he lost, right? So he actually went 1-2 in this top 32 tournament. And then he gets top 8. And that fact is the same thing as looking at a new type. Like, we're not looking at new type and saying, oh, who's the top 8 player in new types? We're looking at who won the new type, basically. Nobody gives a shit about who got 8th place in new type. And that's what it is. We're basically going to regionals to decide who is going to qualify for that 32-man tournament, and then you only need to win your first 2 games to get to like that, to, you know, get to top 16, top 8, top 4, and then you're good to go. And also best of 3, so you might have a better chance, especially if you're playing like a red-white deck or aggro. Yeah. Those are my thoughts. If you have any like actual questions about a deck or something, you can let me ask. But my thoughts are just, people played GDO 1 blocker slop, people played aggro blocker slop, like, you know, rush. So rush trash, and then blocker slop, and then there's one red deck that made it to the top, which is fine, utilizing G-Quacks and stuff. It's a solid deck. No red blue players made it. No O players made it. 1 blue green made it. For those of you guys that don't know, 1 Year War blue green lock on, whatever, blue green was the best, highest win rate deck. It's the highest win rate deck in Gundam. But win rate does not account to tournament winning deck. It just means it has the highest chance of winning, or has the most wins. Any new cards you think will make your red velvet deck in GDO 4? Yes. What am I at right now? Let me change to this deck. I want to remove the baby Kshatriyas out. I want to include the new red card. It's level 3, right? Level 3. So the immediate answer to your question is Gunamexia. This is the biggest card that red got in the set, and it's the card that is basically going to tell our opponent, hey buddy, we can keep up with you, essentially. So that is the card that is the biggest one. So that will definitely make it into all of my red decks. At the moment, playtest it first. I will not. When you see a video come out for me of actual decks, then you can basically say, okay, this is Coach is all on it. Right now, I need to playtest it today. So today will be my first playtesting with this card. So far, GDO4 has been a lot of... Zeong has been a major pain in my ass, which we knew since they announced it since day one. Very strong. But this card has been a very big awesomeness, basically, on paper at least. Let me reduce one of these cards by one. Do I want to play Shore Resolve? Or do I want to play the Rizal? I'll play it like that. Okay, this card might go up in value because of all the tokens coming out. Mafty is also going to be really, really good into pinging everything for one. All range attack, I already have my 3 alt arts. This is a good card. It's only 12 bucks. Guys, 12 bucks for this card. Oh my god. Definitely worth it. 17 bucks for this. This thing used to be at like a little bit more than that. I think it was like 25. These ones are still fucking expensive, but yeah. Oh, you guys can't see my screen. Whoops. I forgot that I had thank you for letting me know. Let me lower this again. Here we go. Sorry about that. Hold this up. So I was talking about Gunamexia. Gunamexia is the main card that's going to go into all the red decks, right? So everything I just said, Gunamexia, this is the card I was talking about. And then obviously these cards might go up in value. They'll be useful in pinging tokens away. And then all range G-Freds. Yep. And if you guys want coaching, message me, add me on Discord, CoachWing0. If you guys are new to my channel, I'm a coach. If you guys are old to my channel, GG4 is around the corner. Whether you're new or old, you guys have heard the spiel. And support me in my upcoming marriage. I've got monthly slots open at the moment, so let's go to Red Velvet Cake. Harry asks, something I struggle with is deck building, understanding ratios, since I'm new to this. Harry, understanding deck ratios and all of that, I cannot explain on here because that's something I coach, and that is a entire hour and a half of a procedure. The main thing that you want to understand that I can tell you is you want to go listen to my 100%, I think, go listen to my packages video on YouTube. Okay, I have a video called Packages. I think there's 2 videos, but go listen to that video. It will help you understand to put, you know, the white blocker package with the red burn package with the whatever package you want to include. And if something is working, like you're trying to combine 2 colors or 2 different styles in one. And yeah, and then trading card games in general, you want to have your early game, your mid game, and then your late game. And then there's specific decks that give up the early game to have a better mid game. There's some decks that give up the late game to have a much better early game or mid game. And you don't want to have an early, mid, and late game. You do not want to have all 3 in one deck pushed up to the same levels. Okay, you want to move the sliders around, and one of those decks needs to be more than the other one, and one of them needs to be lower than the other 2 most of the time. Okay, because once you play your early game lift with Exias and close combats, you want to get into all of these good juicy cards and win the game that way. You also need to do not have I'm gonna win the game by suppression Q-belly. Okay, your win condition needs to be you need to have a primary win condition where your win condition is, let's say, you're playing a what deck is the best to use for this? Let's just say use the deck on screen, I guess. Your win condition can be, hey, I'm gonna outvalue. So red has a lot of card advantage because I get to ping damage and destroy your units, and my units don't die because they're all gonna keep continually doing damage to you. So I will win by out resourcing you. So you will run out of cards, I will not, and I will win. Or 2, I will hit you in one turn with 2 suppression units, dealing 4 damage to your shields and OTKing you. So trying to kill you in one turn, right? One turn, or like one turn to reduce you to like 1 shield, and I'll kill you next turn if you don't have an answer. So it's like this one final push depending on the matchup or what you get and your strategy. So that is what this deck is doing. And then against blue-red in particular, you're trying to utilize your 4 HP units in that rare matchup to make 2 4s, 2 4s, 3 4s go wide, and then the ping player cannot deal with 4 HP bodies easily. So you have another avenue of kind of like aggroing your opponent down. Understanding deck building and understanding ratios. You're not going to get to understand ratios in Gundam, but 100% because I have a formula for that. Just like I can't teach you physics overnight, right? I can't just teach you how physics works. I need to like break it down and teach you math, then other things, then physics, and like all this. And deck building in general, you want to start off by saying, how do I want to win? Establish that win condition and build towards that. Your deck should have an identity, and whatever that identity is, put cards into your deck that either synergize with it or support it. So if you are playing like a Q-belly Neo Zeong ping deck, then add other cards that have ping to it to help support it, that just because it has a different name is still doing the same thing as what you're trying to do, right? Like G-Quux and Battle Aces and stuff. And then secondly, once your strategy is executed, then put in this tiny support pieces that will help you not lose the game before that happens, like lift crits, close combats to stop aggro, striker packs, and that's pretty much it. If you go listen to my Red Velvet, maybe you probably shouldn't go listen to it unless you're gonna play Red Velvet, but this deck used to not have as many high-end cards, so you used to play a lot more blockers, and so you would use your blockers to protect your big guys, and now what you do is you use your big guys, because you have so many of them, to kind of protect your blockers. So you don't have to sacrifice your blockers, you just have to keep them around to protect your HP, and your opponent has to destroy your big guys, but the problem is you have so many big guys, it doesn't matter if they get rid of 1, 2, or 3, they have to get rid of the 4, 5, 6 as well. Okay, and then ratios. I'll give you a quick pointer. A ratio is something that I teach. The easiest thing you need to understand in ratios is if you have ratios, if you have one of something, it basically doesn't exist in Gundam, so we'll skip that. If you have 2 of something, it's a good card. Okay, if you have good cards, you only run 2. If something is very good, okay, you want to run 3 copies. If something is, I need to see this card every single game, or my entire deck is built around this, like the O, Wing Zero, things like that, right? Where this is my win condition. This is the whole reason I'm playing this deck. It's called the O deck, not blocker decks. It's called the O deck. Then you play 4 copies of it, because your entire goal is to get this card on the board, and then it's going to help you win, right? It's a Q-Belly deck with G-Quox. You want to run as many as you can of the main boss monster of the deck. And if it's a card that you need to see no matter what, or you'll lose the game, you want to run as many as you can, which is 4 is the highest you can of any card. So yeah, just quickly, this is the easiest way you can kind of do it. You know, is this card good? Yeah, we'll run 2 copies of it. Do we need to see lift rate versus aggro or we'll lose the game? Yes, we're running 4 copies of it. Is something very good, like Justice Gundam, we'll run 3 copies of it. Okay? And then you kind of go about your way. You don't need to run 4 copies of Q-Belly, 4 copies of G-Quox, 4 copies of Kshatriya, or Striker Pack, but that will give you a layout of how to view whether playing 2 copies, 3 copies, or 4 copies or something. Besides that, you can come, you know, if you want to improve with the game significantly and very quickly, you know, come get coaching by me. Add me on Discord, message me, Coach Ring Zero. It's my full-time job. It's all I do. And it will help you learn everything a lot faster and all that. Alright guys, well, I think I'm gonna call it here. I appreciate you guys hanging out, talking to me, doing these streams with you guys, building decks. Hopefully you guys all learned a bunch of stuff, fell asleep, enjoyed listening to my song on repeat by Taylor Swift called Antihero, and me ranting, talking, discussing, and exploring some decks. And I'm gonna get to playtesting today. I've got 30 minutes before I gotta go coach a client, so I'm gonna log out here, probably hit the showers or something, and then make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe to my stream if you guys are new, or my channel, and then message me for coaching at CoachWing0 on Discord. Okay, and I will see you guys in the next one. Take care. Thanks for the advice, really appreciate it. No problem, Harry. I'll see you around. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys messaging me for coaching ASAP.